Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became the Phantom of Hero Society? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Out of all the villains that he'd had to face, Eraserhead was forced to admit that this one in particular was troubling. He thought this even as rain pissed down on him, soaking his clothes, his bandages, his dark hair until he looked like a bedraggled cat. He stood staring at the wreckage of a building, the smoke billowing into the sky and turning the air dark gray. In the distance, a siren wailed. The problem with villains like this, he thought, was that there was no paper trail left behind. Whoever had planted a bomb in Endeavor's main office had no physical quirk. There were no marks from a quirk-activated explosion, no ice or water marking the crime scene. There was no blood, no fingerprints, not even a message or particular reason or ransom why they had chosen this building. The only thing left behind was panic, as citizens filmed on their phones and stood huddled outside the wreckage, some crying as their loved ones were pulled out of the wreckage by the fire brigade. Endeavor himself was there, a dark figure that burned hotly in the rain like a flare gun, scowling and shouting and directing underlings. He always looked unhappy when he had to stand in the rain. Tonight he was especially miserable, from the looks of it. The thunderous expression on his features promised trouble, if there was only some kind of hint as to who was responsible. Shoyuta had the uneasy feeling looking at the wreckage that the man's anger would amount to very little, as it had with the two bombings that had happened 2 months before. It really is like they're a ghost, Hizashi spoke from beside Shoyuta, as conservatively quiet as he got. His hands were in his pockets, his normally pointy-haired updo looking sad and deflated from the downpour. He chanced a glance at Shoyuta from behind his shades, his expression unusually grim. The security cameras were disabled, no fingerprints or footprints left behind. No eyewitnesses. Not even Nedzu has any idea of where to start. The only motive seems to be to create fear. He shrugged. At this point, I'm thinking their quirk is invisibility. Goes, yeah, Shoyuta supposed it was kind of like that. He mulled the name over in his mind, head tilted in consideration. He'd been working as a full-time hero for nearly 5 years now, and it was the first time that he could admit to being unsettled. His fingers and eyes itched, one for action, the other for rest. It felt like chasing this villain had burned most logic out of him, leaving him forced to relying on instinct instead. It told him that he didn't think that the villain was invisible. The bombings are dangerous. His gaze flicked to reporters, standing out in the rain and gravely delivering news in serious, real-time gravity. Every time we don't catch someone who sets fires or creates fear, we lose public confidence in our capabilities. Hizashi cracked a small smile. So serious, but he didn't argue it further. Even he could feel the hostile glances directed their way, see the crowds in the distance being ushered back from the building for their own safety. The air felt claustrophobic and tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Shoyuta thought to himself that this villain knew exactly what they were doing, and even if it wasn't their end goal, the results were the same. It didn't bode well. This crime, it was chaotic. Should All Might get involved? Hizashi murmured, almost too softly to hear. His gaze was directed at the reporters standing a few feet away. Though his posture was relaxed, his smile was just a little too fixed. Shoyuta considered it quickly. As Eraserhead, he thought it was a good idea. As Shoyuta, something still felt off about the whole crime. There was a puzzle piece missing, a niggling loose tooth that he felt somehow All Might might crush. There's something wrong with this, he muttered out loud. Only Hizashi heard. Present Mike, to his credit, didn't disagree. 10 years later, it was no secret that Katsuki Bakugo was an angry person. Some of it was probably personality, some of it the nature of his quirk. Being an explosion specialist tended to make someone a little hot-headed, especially when the power manifested at such a young age. He was proud, arrogant, and jagged in the kind of way that made his classmates reluctant to touch him lest they cut themselves on one of his sharp edges. Ijiro Kirishima was by contrast, soft. Where Bakugo to many was the scalding part of fire, his classmate was warmth. His shark smile was easy to come, his personality stubborn but undeniably kind. He was strong, but all of his classmates would willingly admit that he was also thoughtful. He was also, despite some of people's beliefs, far more observant than given credit for. This came from his own childhood maybe, his aunt having suffered from sickness most of her life. She'd been a bitter, acerbic person, always looking for a fight. He'd been afraid of her when he was little, wary of her mouth and even more wary of her stubbornness. Getting her to enjoy anything had been the chore his mother had devoted herself to, something Kirishima hadn't really understood until later in his aunt's life. When the illness got worse, she got worse. Somewhere along the way, Kirishima had realized that it was the illness that was bitter, and not the woman underneath. Somewhere around rounds of chemotherapy, hospital visits and crying sessions late at night when she thought he was sleeping, he'd seen that her anger was a shield. It took all of 5 minutes being in Bakugo's presence for Kirishima to realize in a quiet sort of way that Bakugo like her was sharp, to make up for something brittle beneath. It came out in the silences, when Bakugo was very tired or very unhappy. He'd stare into the distance, or stare into his hands as if searching for something other than anger. It appeared when Bakugo would look at him with a sort of confused resignation, clearly unsure as to why Kirishima stuck around when all he gave him was lip and abuse. It made Kirishima determined to be his friend, even if being his friend was sometimes, often, hard. Kirishima was kind, kinder even when Bakugo snapped and snarled and bared his teeth. He was kind when his friend exploded, physically or metaphorically, and kind when Bakugo pushed to see just how far he could bend Kirishima before breaking him. Kirishima was tough in both his quirk and his mind, and so could take more than his fair share of hits. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have lasted. And when Mineta, because of course it was Mineta who couldn't read a dangerous mood if his life literally depended on it, got frustrated with Bakugo's bullying and finally snapped, Kirishima was there to hold Bakugo back from killing a fellow classmate, because let's face it, that was decidedly unhero-like. "Do you even have any friends?" The small boy had cried, uncharacteristically brave in the face of Bakugo's anger. "Do you ever even think before you hit someone or before you blow up? No wonder no one even likes you." For Mineta to say that, given that he had earned the hatred of most of the girls in the class, was a bit harsh in Kirishima's private opinion. He had expected Bakugo to lash out, but he hadn't expected the level of his reaction. The class that morning had been fairly chaotic, Aizawa-sensei nowhere to be seen. Lita had tried to establish some order, but in truth it had been a lost cause from the start. Now though, Bakugo launched himself from his chair, a wordless snarl on his lips. Kirishima hadn't been expecting it, but it didn't much matter. It had to stop Bakugo, because to not do so was to allow damage to school property. His quirk came instinctively, hardening the side of his body facing Bakugo. It took most of the sting out of the explosion that landed on his side. The punch landed squarely, and Kirishima winced at what would likely be bruised and bleeding knuckles on Bakugo's part. "What the fuck do you know?" Bakugo roared, ignoring any pain he felt in favor of yelling. The class fell silent, somehow sensing this was not the usual anger their classmate presented to the world. This was something sharper, unstable. Kirishima prayed that Mineta had a lick of sense in him, to read the mood at least now if he hadn't before. "You're a fucking perv. What do you know about friendship or any of that dumb shit?" Mineta shrunk, his lips tightening into a thin white line. No one immediately stepped up to help him, but no one except Kirishima was siding with Bakugo either. Like scared sheep, most people's eyes were wide as they saw the steam rising from Bakugo's hands. There was danger in every line of his posture, a rattlesnake pushed too far. The silence that crackled was weighted. It was Uraraka that was the first to break the silence, her quavering voice concerned. "Kirishima, you're bleeding." It was true, Kirishima realized. He could feel it in a vague sort of way, trickling at the thin skin of his temple. Hadn't used his quirk fast enough, he guessed. He offered her a toothy smile, shrugging it off. "It's nothing," he replied easily, "probably just need a band-aid." He couldn't read Bakugo's expression, but his shoulders tightened as he took in the small cut by Kirishima's eye. If he meant to say anything about it, He was cut short by the classroom door opening. Aizawa-sensei took in the class at a glance, everyone freezing with the new authority finally showing up. Kirishima winced, but to his surprise his teacher merely ordered the class to sit down. They responded like lemmings, chairs scraping and sliding as everyone took their place. All except Bakugo, who was still trying to curb his breathing, his sweat turning into steam. Kirishima expected, and worried, that Aizawa would snap, try to force Bakugo to sit. He honestly wasn't sure what would happen if he did, who would come out of that confrontation the winner. Instead, Aizawa checked the papers on his desk, reading something scribbled in his schedule. "Bakugo," he murmured. Bakugo didn't acknowledge his teacher's voice out loud, but his head did turn slightly. Aizawa took it as consideration. "You're dismissed for the day. Go to your dorm. I can give you the notes later tonight." A quiet, disconcerted whisper broke out amongst the students. Mineta looked silently furious at the fact that Bakugo would get to miss class. Really, it was more of a slap on the wrist than a punishment. The muttering quieted down as Aizawa turned to the rest of the class, his glare sharp. "To the rest of you, I feel we are far enough in the term that this shouldn't bear repeating. I don't tolerate in-class fighting outside of the training lessons. Antagonizing your classmates will lead in the future to consideration for expulsion. Am I clear?" Wordlessly, the class nodded as one. There was no arguing with their teacher, not when he was in this sort of mood. Bakugo gathered his books without a word. His fists trembled at his side as he made a hasty bow in Aizawa's general direction. Kirishima watched him leave, wondering what about the date of April 3rd could make Bakugo of all people look suddenly fragile. Inko Midoriya found the shriek of cicadas outside at once both comforting and sad. Their high, plaintive drone set many people's teeth on edge, but to her they were the song of the inevitable. Every year, they marked the turn towards an anniversary that she couldn't avoid. It was comforting and devastating. It didn't hurt as much as it used to, but it still left an ache in her chest that was difficult to breathe around. She treated it with the usual medicine for such a day, hot tea and the day off from work. Sleeping in wasn't something that came naturally to her, but she tried. When she couldn't lie in bed any longer, Inko got up, puttered about the kitchen, and convinced herself to eat a slice of toast. Despite the early hour, she briefly considered a glass of wine before discarding the decision with a shake of her head. Instead she settled for cleaning a little, both putting off and anticipating at once the task before her. Eventually, it couldn't be ignored any longer. Inko drew a deep, considering breath, her hands fisted in her skirt. Slowly, she made towards the upstairs, towards a room that for much of the year remained closed. The air in her son's bedroom was stale, though she tried when she could to open a window now and again. At one time the bed would have had sheets on it, but at some point during the years they'd been folded neatly at its end. The rest was relatively untouched, and Inko could almost believe standing at the doorway in the dark that Izuku would be coming home from school soon. The All Might posters that littered the walls seemed to be waiting for his return, the superhero's broad grin a stark contrast to the sadness in Inko's chest. She hovered, unwilling to step inside but needing to change the flowers on her son's desk. It would do no good to leave the old, wilted ones today. Her teeth snagged on her lower lip, and she had to blink past the sudden hot rush of tears at the back of her eyelids. She let herself think of it, just this once, alone where she could cry in peace. Today 10 years ago, Izuku had never come home from the park. Izuku would never come home to his posters, would never come home for dinner. He'd never even have a chance to grow up, to live his dream of becoming a hero like his idol. Izuku Midoriya had vanished 10 years ago to this day, and Inko would never receive an explanation as to why. "Tell me again." The voice came from the other side of the bar. To those who didn't know it, it might have sounded bored or amused. To those that did, it was a rat crouched in your path. The boy lifted his head slowly, green hair glowing luminescent in the overhead bar light. His gaze was flat, but his pupils flicked in rapid succession back and forth, reading a script that only he could see. His voice was equally devoid of life, his hands shoved into his pockets. Restless fingers spidered inside them. USJ has exactly 12 security cameras hidden in its training arena, 5 of which can be taken down through the same grid. The rest are split half and half, a safety precaution. Your most likely teacher will be 13, given their age and range of experiences. Gender, unknown. Skill level, moderate level hero. Their body is void-like, approach with caution. Eraserhead has a 90% chance of being there, whilst All Might has an 80% chance given the current known data. You know their skill levels and powers. This last part was directed towards the dark part of the bar. The voice hummed, and a man appeared from the shadows. His hair was white, greasy, and hanging from his head in scraggly clumps. The tone of his ashen skin seemed grayer with the nasty grin on his face. Please, the green-haired boy breathed an inaudible sigh of relief. For now, he was safe. Excellent, Ghost. The man purred. His head was tilted in consideration as looked the boy over appreciatively. You really do make an incredible tool. I can't be more grateful that I discovered you when I did. Should this heist go well, I think you deserve a reward. The boy didn't respond to the praise, but the tension in his shoulders eased. Shigaraki was in a benevolent mood. That boded well for Izuku. He blinked away the numbers in his mind, still counting out percentages and possibilities. There were still too many variables for his own comfort, but the boss wanted to move ahead. More data. He wanted more data on Eraserhead, especially. There was only so much that news headings and internet hypothesizing could give. The gnaw for information itched under his skin. Fine tremors racked his body. I want Eraserhead for study, he said, green eyes squinting out from under the mass of dark green hair. He looked perpetually sallow and tired, plaintive want clear on his face. Shigaraki laughed, the sound delighted as he came closer. The hand on his face obscured the look in his eyes, but Izuku knew it well enough. It was an expression of pride, pleasure that his ghost jumped like a dog. Like his quirk didn't eat at him if he didn't have all the numbers, all the data. To think, your pathetic mother and teachers thought you were quirkless. Shigaraki crooned. The idea is laughable when I see you like this. It's a subtle gift but so useful. Izuku didn't respond. He had only vague memories of that time. Memories of a smile or kind hands lifting him up in the air were useless with no face attached to them. The only name he remembered was a boy that had used to hurt him. His quirk wasn't the kind that turned on or off, but one that ran under his skin, and being aware of it was like being aware of the need to breathe. It ate at him. Promise me that I get Eraserhead. He demanded as much as he dared to. His tongue darted out to drag across his lower lip, and though his expression didn't give much away, there was a feral hunger in his eyes. Promise me. Shigaraki chuckled, one gloved hand coming to rest atop Izuku's head. Fingers tightened in his hair, before the hand came to crack across the right side of Izuku's face. It wasn't a real slap, but it made a sound that ran in Izuku's ears and made him taste blood from biting his tongue in surprise. He reeled, finding gloved fingers around his neck holding him in place. Shigaraki had gone from amused to displeased in an instant, and the threat was there as much as it was imprinted in the scars on Izuku's arms, hands, and throat. He froze, a hair caught between crosshairs. Do not forget your place. Shigaraki hissed, his stance casual but his hand tightening on Izuku's windpipe. Izuku didn't dare to move. Past experience had taught him that trying to avoid Shigaraki or fight back was as good as trying to fight a hurricane. He froze instead, pretending that he was made of stone even as he stilled his breathing, forced his quirk down deep inside him until it was a whisper instead of a raging howl. Izuku dropped his gaze, his hands moving from his pockets to hang limply at his sides. I'm sorry. The blood behind his teeth slid down his throat. He swallowed against the hand around his neck. Shigaraki's fingers only tightened. Then the hand slid away and he stepped back. His expression was back to darkly amused, and Izuku had to acknowledge not for the first time that he had been toyed with like a cat toys with a mouse. He stared at his shoes, not daring to raise his head even as Shigaraki patted his arm. Good boy, he murmured, turning to go. His parting words were given over his shoulder, a hand lifted in farewell. You'll get what you want, should this go well. But remember, the second you bite, I'll do what I need to do without a second thought, and put you down. Izuku didn't need his sentence spelled out for him. He kept his gaze trained to the floor, only lifting his head with the sound of the door closing. The shakes continued to run down his spine. There was a truth in society that no one spoke of, and yet inevitably came to light in the shadows. Some quirks just couldn't be used for good. No one liked to admit it, no one liked to think about it. Yet from Izuku's experience, it was a harsh reality that slept just under the glamour and sheen of superheroes. It was a flipped coin to the shiny, clean media garbage that the news liked to feed its citizens. No one wanted a hero with quirks like the League of Villains. No one could imagine any of their quirks as hero-worthy. Shigaraki decayed things. Kurogiri was a void that could rip people to shreds. The boss stole quirks, eating away at the world and biding his time the way only an immortal could. Izuku, he had a quirk that forced him to devour knowledge. It wasn't a quirk that on the surface seemed inherently evil, but it was. Izuku could see people really see them. As a child, it had come out with obsession. All Might, Present Mic, Endeavor, these were all hero names he had known off by heart. He'd learned everything he could about them, from their blood type to abilities to their favorite places to go for morning coffee. Written off as a harmless pastime, he could have filled entire journals with information about his favorite heroes, everything that made them cool. Yet that obsession, that hunger, began to reveal something to Izuku. He hadn't recognized it for what it was at the time, but it came to him in dreams, a pre-quirk moment that might have told him of his abilities to come. He knew everything about most of his heroes. And the more he knew how to beat them. Present Mic was in love with Eraserhead. One early interview had made it obvious to Izuku, though he couldn't say why. Yet he knew that weakness, even years before the hero had broken and come forward to ask the more elusive hero on a date. He'd known before Present Mic had known, all from one news special where Present Mic had talked about the man. Every lie, every inflection, the more Izuku noticed it, the more his mind filled in the gaps. He started to write his analyses down, filling pages with careful, childlike print. 13 didn't have a gender. That one became public knowledge a few years down the road, but something Izuku had known early on. He'd never referred to the hero as he or she as a child, only as they. It didn't seem right. If 13 didn't like those pronouns, then why use them? He'd only come across the word agender later in his life, but the concept had still rung true to Izuku's perceptive senses. Something was wrong with All Might. That one had frightened young Izuku, though he barely remembered it now. He'd noticed the way the hero had started to only save the day during certain set times, how he cut interviews short. To most it just seemed like the hero was busy, but something niggled in the back of Izuku's mind, some sort of whisper of wrong. He wrote all of these theories down and more, pages upon pages of cataloging that made him seem shy, nerdy, and withdrawn. The man in the black hoodie would kill everyone if he didn't come with him. That analysis had changed Izuku's life. It had come to him playing in the park, chasing after Kaken, and God, was that memory like a pipe dream to Izuku. The sun had stretched the shadows of the swings until they seemed like long fingers. Only children had been about, and soon even they would have to go home for dinner. Kaken had pushed Izuku, originally meaning for it to be a joke but proving to be too rough. Izuku, stupid Deku, had started to cry. It hurt, or at least he'd thought that's what it meant to hurt back then. He supposed his current definition of hurt had changed a bit. He'd been inconsolable and Kaken in frustration had left him there by the swings, stomping off while muttering to his friends about getting his mom to give him the first aid kit at home. Izuku could remember the way the sun felt on his back as he'd waited, his skinned knee bleeding slowly into the sand. His tears had dried after the initial shock, leaving him embarrassed and tired. He'd propped himself up against the metal leg of one swing set, staring moodily out at the road and passing cars and wishing Kaken wasn't so stupid and mean. A shadow had passed over him, a figure blotting out the sun. He'd squinted up at the thin man standing in front of him, his smile chapped and cracked, the only thing Izuku could see from under his hood. The memory of his voice still sent the skin on the back of Izuku's neck breaking out in hard goose eggs. "You're going to come with me, boy, and you'll do it quietly. Or I think your quirk can tell you what will happen next." Izuku had seen a leaf blowing in the wind. The man snatched it out of the air, And before Izuku's eyes it wilted, withered, and turned to dust. Somewhere in the distance, he'd heard Kaken's voice, and wordlessly stood to follow the man before his friend rounded the corner to the park. The memory burned him, and Izuku forced it from his mind. Don't think about it, don't remember. There wasn't any use in dwelling on the past. He'd never tried to escape, had never wanted to go back besides the odd fantasy here and there. There was no point. Here, there were people he had to protect, and protection from the blood on his hands. The shady, tucked-away bar in the red light district of the city was more home to him than any warm memory could be. One of the only things Izuku trusted in his life was his quirk. It had proven itself time after time, never wrong. So when it told him that escape would lead to not only his death, but the death of everyone he could remember loving, then he listened. Hope lied, numbers never did. Statistically, he never could have been a hero, and statistically, he most definitely wouldn't be able to be one now. His hands were too stained for that, Shigaraki's fingers too tightly twisted around his neck. Again. Shudo kicked, striking the punching bag with a satisfying thwack that rang up his ankle. If it had been the first, or even 10th time he'd done it, he would have found it soothing. As it was the 30th time, and Endeavor showed no signs of allowing him to stop. His father stood in the corner of the training room. He was frowning and lost in thought over something that had clearly very little to do with his son and yet still meant he was to suffer a hard training session. Shudo knew that look. It was the look his father wore when he was angry and couldn't take it out on the person responsible. That usually meant Shudo was to bear the brunt of it. He grit his teeth, striking the punching bag again. Another satisfying thwack. Again. Endeavor demanded, somewhat on autopilot. Shudo didn't dare argue, not with that expression on his father's face. He did, however, indulge in a brief vision of striking the man himself instead of the punching bag. In truth, he was glad his father was distracted. It allowed his own thoughts to wander. Inevitably found himself thinking of the upcoming field trip to USA. It was meant to be a surprise as to what they'd encounter when there, but word got around. Chances were, they'd be doing field training, civilian rescues, the whole works. It was the sort of training someone like his father might refer to as pandering. Shudo personally was more on the fence. His gut wanted to disagree with whatever his father thought on principle, but truthfully he wasn't good at calming crowds down. He wasn't personable enough for it. He avoided the thought that came next to him, that he couldn't even make any friends in his own class. Not that he'd really tried, he'd learned from a young age that having a father like Endeavor invited two kinds of people into his life, those that wanted to be friends with him for his family name, and those that'd ask too many questions about his father's method of parenting. Either came to an unpleasant end. The thought that he might be a little lonely didn't occur to Shudo, because to be lonely, one had to regret that they were alone. Shudo couldn't bring himself to feel this way, not really. Being alone meant that he was safe. It meant that Endeavor wasn't around to harass him or that his siblings weren't around to give him varying degrees of pity. He didn't mind being alone, but a part of him still minded that it was the only time he felt like he could be himself. The blank-faced child that interacted with his father wasn't Shudo, not really. It was a canvas, a mask. Underneath, something in Shudo bubbled just under the frozen surface. It was boiling, coming to a head slowly over years. He kept trying to ice it over, but it was finding the cracks in his armor. It made him kick the punching bag harder than he meant to, bare his teeth when his expression was supposed to be blank. It made the idea of any sort of rescue work, where he didn't have to fight, laughable. Shudo had the uncomfortable feeling that he was going to fail the upcoming field trip, and he didn't know what that meant for him. He'd never failed anything, academically speaking. Endeavor hadn't allowed it. What would his father do, should he come back with anything less than perfection? The thought made the burning under his skin shudder, equal parts fear and hate. Shudo didn't let it show, hitting the punching bag so hard that his ankle bone rang again, this time offering the first small twinge of pain that would lead to a bruise. He didn't want to know what Endeavor might do, because Shudo wasn't sure what he'd do in retaliation. That thought, so unhero-like but real in his mind, lingered throughout the rest of his father's distracted training. Something had to give, Shudo's mask, or the fire underneath it. Action could not exist in a vacuum. This was a fact that Toshinori had learned around the time that All for One nearly ripped his spine out from his toes and left him with half a stomach. Good could not exist without evil, and the greater the light the darker the shadows behind the scenes. In order to cripple the darkness, he also had to cripple his own abilities. It didn't mean he didn't hate the fact that he couldn't walk a flight of stairs in his normal form without tasting blood in the back of his throat. In his youth, he'd been athletic. Even without having a quirk, he'd never had to think twice about doing most things that the average man could do. It had taken him nearly a year of adjustment to cope with the fact that he simply wasn't the man, the hero, that he used to be. He liked to think that most of the time, he wasn't too bitter about it. His only regret was that he'd have to pass on the symbol of peace. That's what he hoped to start today, if he could. He'd seen the new recruits, the heroes-to-be that had made it through the strict testing that it took to make it into UA. He had a few ideas of who he wanted to speak to, should training under 13th's guidance go over well. Still, no one had exactly stood out to him, and that was a problem. Toshinori knew he had to pass on One for All, could feel that his time had come with each pained breath. Yet something nagged at the back of his mind, a tiny voice that insisted that this was not the way. A part of him, however small, however selfish, wished he could see some of himself in the potential candidates before him. All of these students had bright futures ahead of them, and most if not all had noble hearts and good intentions. Yet he had yet to find one that seemed to have the drive wielding such a quirk needed. It was a personality trait that was difficult to define, and even harder to explain to someone who had not wielded such power before. He'd argued with Aizawa and Principal Nedzu over it, trying to justify his hesitation. Aizawa had felt that someone like Aijuru, or perhaps Ochako, would be a good fit. Nedzu had proposed Mirio or Katsuki, a suggestion that had made Aizawa turn pale and look vaguely ill. Toshinori had disagreed with all of their recommendations, all for different reasons. Too optimistic, too gentle. Too inflexible, and far, far too angry. Yet he still had to choose, and so had reluctantly agreed to make a decision after today. For the good of everyone. Aizawa had tried to coax him. Toshinori didn't have the heart to tell him that he sounded more like a man trying to bully a student into doing their homework than a voice of reason. He'd been pacing in circles ever since, anxiously checking the clock on the staff's room wall. His tea had long since gone cold, tasting earthy and gross when he forgot and took a sip. Toshinori thought about calling Gran Torino twice, but thought against it every time. This was something he had to do alone, face on his own. He only prayed he'd make a good decision. "Brother, is that you?" Aries' high, quiet voice drifted in the dark, echoing across the chamber like a startled rabbit running for cover. Izuku could just make out her outline in the shadow of her cell. His headache made him squint. "It's me," he confirmed. She seemed to exhale in relief, then stood. Carefully, she made her way into the light, her white blonde hair hiding her face until she was nearly pressed to the bars. It was automatic, the way Izuku stepped forward to take her outstretched hand in his own. Her fingers were cold, the dark circles under her eyes habitual. He offered her a smile, and she gave one, smaller and shy. This was a habit, a secret he had fallen into as of late. Really, since Eri had come to be under Overhaul's care. Izuku had tried to remain ignorant, but he'd known from the moment the child arrived that whatever Shigaraki wanted her for, it wasn't good. He'd taken one look, and seen an uncomfortable amount of himself. It seemed wrong that a child should be here alone, in this cold and dripping place. He'd die before he told anyone this, mind. "I've got something for you," he said, "but you need to eat it all before one of the others comes to see you." He chanced a quick look around, and seeing no one, revealed his prize. The little girl's eyes became round and huge, taking the huge chocolate chip cookie and quickly cramming about half of it into her mouth. She chewed gleefully, uttering a small sound of delight as she gave Izuku a look of utter devotion. Through a mouthful of cookie, she whispered, "How?" "Slipped out to a grocery store, saw it, and thought of you. Are they good?" When she enthusiastically nodded, he uttered a sigh of relief. Izuku didn't really eat sweets, his training and Shigaraki's watching over him not leaving him much time to indulge. He had an idea of what little kids like though, from hazy memories of childhood. Sweets and toys, mostly, seemed to be something that could never go wrong. Eri had a particular fondness for Sailor Moon comics and chocolate chip cookies. I'm glad. He patted her bandaged wrist, noting silently their newness. Izuku kept his face perfectly blank, but he knew what it meant. He was gentle when he let go of her hand. Are you in too much pain? She shook her head, but Eri was sometimes good at hiding when she was hurting. Izuku wished she didn't, but couldn't blame her. They had both been on the unpleasant end of Chisaki's curiosity for similar reasons. It was just Eri's unlucky stars that her ability could be transferred onto people, whereas Izuku's was all in his own brain. I came to say goodbye for a bit. Izuku admitted, though it pained him to do so. Eri always looked dejected when he had to go away for a while, but she took it bravely enough. She never cried, though now she stopped eating the cookie long enough to look contemplative. Her red eyes regarded him seriously. He's sending you to do bad things again, isn't he? She'd always been rather good at reading in between the lines of his farewells. It made treating her like a child difficult sometimes. Izuku winced, but he couldn't deny. Instead he shrugged, looking at the cell floor like the cracks in the cement might give him answers. His skin was itching, but he could ignore it better down here, near Eri, away from Shigaraki's promise of more. It'll just be for a day or so, if all goes well. He never told her that the price for many of his missions not going well was his death. He didn't have to. A part of him suspected that she knew. She looked at him sadly, fidgeting with a bandage on her wrist. Are you going to have to hurt people? She asked, so soft that Izuku had to strain to listen. When he understood, the fake smile on his face slipped away. He didn't look up, feeling cowardly. I'll bring you a new comic. One with Chibi USA in it. Was all he said. He thought she might push further, and feared for the day that she did. He honestly had no idea what he'd tell her, if he could get the words out of his mouth. You just didn't tell a 7-year-old that their only friend was a murderer. She didn't seem happy with his answer, but she accepted it. Izuku was grateful. He left after squeezing her hand one last time, promising again to bring a gift. It always felt wrong to leave the girl in the darkness that the basement brought, but Izuku knew that of all the places in the Villain Alliance's headquarters, Eri was safest there. The itch, the craving was only acknowledged far away from her, alone in his room as he was putting on his costume. His quirk reared its ugly head, hissing in his ear its craving. Izuku shuddered, half in fear and half in anticipation. He stared at himself in the mirror, and let himself be the thing that he kept far, far away from the little girl he so wanted to protect. Staring back at him was Ghost. Ida had never run this hard, this fast before. When he was younger, he truthfully never really understood how people got out of breath. His quirk usually didn't allow for it, his legs giving out before his lungs most of the time. His heart was squeezing itself into knots in his chest, his lungs felt as if they were submerged in fire. Psychological, but no less painful. If this was what most of his classmates felt after running laps, he understood their hatred of it. It felt like his ribs were about to crack open. He was going so fast that his eyes could barely track what was ahead of him. All because villains had done the impossible, break into a UA-approved training arena. It still didn't feel real. He was in a dream, running on autopilot. Someone would come wake him up, and telling him he was running for nothing. The sharp cry of his muscles was the only thing that kept him grounded. The idea that his friends had gone after the void-like villain to buy him time kept him going. I can't fail. I can't fail or everyone will. Ida squeezed his eyes shut, wordlessly shaking his head side to side. He couldn't think about that. He wouldn't. He nearly ran into the figure that stood in the middle of the road, a dark blur on the winding path back to school. At the last minute, he dug in his heels and came face to face with a villain barring his way. The boy was about his age. That was the first thing that threw Ida. Even though he wore a mask, Ida could see the gangly length of his limbs. He was shorter than Ida, probably not much taller than Ochako. The staff in his hands further dwarfed him. His brother had told him stories now and again of children, teenagers who had strayed from the hero's path, but he'd never seen one before. They weren't cases given to heroes in training, they were dangerous, often unstable. A child that could murder was a nightmare of legal red tape and charged politics. Looking at the boy before him, Ida realized why. It was like looking at himself, if he was chronically malnourished and a little sickly. The chrome mask the boy wore couldn't hide the sallow tone of his skin, or the dark circles under his eyes that could be seen in the mask's holes. His gaze was flat gray, or maybe green, and it flicked restlessly, agitated. There was a fine tremor running through his entire body, like he'd gone on a roller coaster before ending up here and his legs were still shaky. The rest of his costume was rather plain, a dark hoodie with the sleeves pulled up to the elbow, a spray-painted kabuki mask on the front. He wore a pair of jeans that seemed ripped from old age instead of fashion, and a utility belt kept them on his hips. The only two pops of color were the boy's shoes and his hair. Wild, curly green strands fell around his face in a disorganized halo, seeming to fly in every direction. His shoes were strangely well cared for, bright red and clean despite his overall bedraggled appearance. The boy's arms were bare but battered, littered with nasty scars that made Ida want to stare. Fingerless gloves revealed fingernails bitten to the quick, curled around the staff's grip. The villain spoke, and his voice was flat and uninterested under the mask. "You escaped. Interesting, I only counted that probability at 50%. Ida swallowed. His voice didn't tremble when he spoke, though there was a feeling around the villain that felt dangerous. "I'm afraid I can't fail in my mission." The boy's gaze flicked over Ida's glasses, his face, and something in the expression shifted. It was a flicker of interest. "You're the Ida's youngest son. The spitting image of ingenium." The mention of his older brother made Ida twitch. "Kadesh, I know every hero registered in the city's database. There was a slow day and I got bored. Also, I've read your file." The answer came unprompted, but the statement was unsettling. There were over 400 heroes registered in the city's index, and his files were protected under the school. An information quirk? Or perhaps an eidetic memory? Ida carefully braced himself to run, eyeing the path beyond the boy. He couldn't let this villain stop him. If he really did have an information quirk, then more than ever he needed to get the teachers. There was no telling what the villains had brought with them to prepare for this setup. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the boy said softly. He spun the staff, the pointed end now directed in Ida's direction. A dull hum seemed to emanate from it. "I'm having a bad day, and it's going to get worse if I have to kill you." Ida was already moving, making a wide run in a burst of speed that he hoped would be enough. The villain's weapon was moved from his belt with lightning-quick speed. It unfolded into a long staff, the villain swinging it as if he knew from the start where Ida's body would be. He couldn't see it, shouldn't have been able to, but with unerring aim the staff was rammed against Ida's left leg. It found its home in one of his engines, digging in deep. Then, a searing hot pain jolted up Ida's leg, hip, climbing up his spine and shoulder. A shout left his lips, his body crumpling and jerking as his muscles quivered and trembled. Electrified, his dazed brain couldn't help but make the connection even as he hit the ground hard. He struggled not to vomit, spasms racking through him and blood in his mouth. He'd bit into his tongue. The boy sighed, clearly let down by his effort. "Your movements are so obvious, a child could guess where you'd go. Honestly, what are those teachers teaching you at UA?" Ida couldn't speak. He was still trying to force his jaw open, the muscles uncooperative. He screamed through clenched teeth as the villain removed the staff from his engine, twirling it and holding it up so that he could see from where he was lying. Rubber handle, conductive length. Basically, a taser on steroids. "You lead with your right foot every time, and your eyes told me where you were going. Your left leg's vulnerable." Ida had to get up, had to move. Gasping, he tried weakly to do so again. Again, his muscles ignored him in favor of shaking like jelly. The villain tooted, almost chidingly. "It's no use trying to get up, and if you do I really will have to kill you. You're better staying here. Our aim isn't you students, anyway." But the boy hardly needed prompting. It was as if he was so unused to talking to another person that once the floodgates were open he couldn't stop. His voice had taken on a muttering tone, as if he were used to talking to himself. "My boss is after all might, but we made a critical error there. I'm sure he's going to be mad with me over that one. But personally, I think Eraserhead is far more interesting, don't you think? He's not registered in any hero index. His civilian status is hard to track down. He's a mystery, and it's so rare I find a mystery in this day and age of computers. Ida couldn't see the villain's mouth under his mask, but from his tone he suspected he was grinning. He tested his engines as subtly as he could, feeling a choking start-stop in response. No luck yet. The realization that everyone's safety might depend on getting this villain to monologue was an irony that didn't escape him. "You're going to fail," he said, in part because he was hoping desperately that it was true. "Already Eraserhead's after your boss, and All Might's on his way. Do you really think you can beat him?" "Oh, I suppose it's not common knowledge." The boy blinked, looking down at Ida with apprehension. "All Might has a weakness. Also, knowing Shigaraki, your teacher is nearly dead by now." Ida's chest went cold. "Though, I did ask him to keep Eraserhead alive for my sake at least. Hopefully he listens." Ida knew the villain was grinning now, the hunger in his eyes burning brightly. "I can't take him apart if he's dead." With a dull roar, Ida's leg engines came back to life. He moved with a strangled snarl, a high kick aiming directly for the villain's head. He saw a flicker of surprise twitch on the villain's face, but the boy was still moving. His staff came up, electricity off, moving just in time to push away against Ida's legs so that the villain could tuck and roll to safety. The staff dragged on the pavement, shrieking. Ida landed on his feet, his stance shaky but standing. His breath came in hard pants through his nose. Somewhere along the way, his glasses had cracked. The boy had also landed on his feet, the staff clutched in his hands. He was looking at Ida appraisingly, a hint of amusement playing on his features. There was a scratch on his cheek from where Ida's shoe had managed to nick him. "Clever," he said gleefully, rising to his feet. "You distracted me. Clever, clever, clever." Ida didn't smile. The jaw was grimly set. "You won't take Aizawa-sensei, and you won't kill All Might. If you want to, you'll have to kill me." "A pity." The boy actually looked regretful, his head tilted to the side. "You're so young and have so much potential. All of your family does, though. Are you really going to use such big words? You're still a kid." A look of perplexion crossed the boy's face. "Why don't you run away? No one's watching, and I think we both know that I'm going to win if we fight. I've killed before and you haven't." "You're also a kid," Ida replied. "You must have someone important you're fighting for?" The smile on the boy's face seemed to shrink, something dead encroaching into his expression. His hand twirled, the staff crackling with blue electricity once more, live and dangerous. "Not clever enough, it seems, to keep your mouth shut," he intoned softly. The amusement was gone, and Ida knew with a sinking heart that his stalling limit had been reached. His thoughts went to his brother, to his mom and dad. "Forgive me, Tensei," he thought. "It seems like I might not become a hero like you, after all." He braced himself as the boy charged, his engines guttering to life. Ida prepared to throw everything he had into them, hoping to just be fast enough, just good enough, to run to Yue. The stuttering of the tank in his legs didn't give him much hope. Something was broken. He moved, and the boy leapt, and Ida didn't know who was going to land their hit. "Have no fear, because I am here." Izuku was a child, trapped in a nightmare. There was so much blood on his hands that it had stained his fingernails. He kept trying to wash it in the small, dirty sink in his cell. He kept finding more. His sobs sounded funny, strange in his ears. The dark echoed his voice back to him, higher and distant. "I'm here." He tried to be brave, tried to be strong like All Might. Somebody would notice he was missing, someone would come and save him. That was the mantra that kept running in the back of his mind, playing like a broken record. It kept him quiet through Shigaraki's yelling, despite how the villain kept hurting him when he didn't do what he wanted. It hurt so bad, though, and Izuku was starting to feel shaky with hunger and hopelessness. He wasn't sure, but he thought it had been a week since he'd been here. It felt longer, somehow. Against his hope, something bitter and scared was beginning to break free. Why was no one coming? Did no one care? He wanted his mom. He wanted his dad even, and the man had moved out of his and his mother's life when he'd been only a baby. He'd been having dreams where All Might found him, scooped him into his arms and carried Izuku away from this place. He kept waking up alone. "I'm here. No one's coming for you," Shigaraki had told him during their last interrogation session. He'd grown frustrated when Izuku refused to tell him about the man in the video footage, a grainy image of Endeavor and one of his sons walking to a grocery store. The boy's mind had whispered to him information, though he'd clenched his jaw tight to keep it spilling it. He's a bad dad. He hits his son. His son keeps flinching when his dad lifts his arm too quickly. He's bad. Tell me, the villain shouted, slamming his hands down on the metal table where Izuku was seated. The boy winced, whimpering in fear. Tears started to fill his eyes, even though he was trying to be brave. "I want to go home," was what Izuku ended up saying, though it came out as more of a sob. Shigaraki didn't hesitate, a gloved hand flying up to strike Izuku across the cheek. The little boy had rocked and sobbed harder, his jaw stinging. The memory of that pain made Izuku sniff, sinking into a crouch in his cell. He could feel that his face was swollen, like Kaken's fists when he got too angry and hit a table or a wall. The taste of blood in his mouth made him cry harder. "I'm here." But All Might wasn't, not really. He was alone. He was always alone. The ringing in Izuku's head was like a gong. It radiated with pain up along his jaw, to his forehead, across one ear. He felt like he'd been hit by a semi, and that was saying something considering his pain tolerance. Opening his eyes was hard. It felt like trying to slide open a rusted window. A moan left his lips. He was lying down, that much he could figure out. Judging from the fact that he still couldn't hear due to the throbbing in his skull, he could only assume he'd been hit. Whatever had managed it, packed a punch. Stifling another groan, he tested to see if he could move his arms and legs. Only when they twitched could the tight knot in his spine loosen in relief. No broken bones. Izuku managed to turn his head, blinking blearily at the figure that was now standing between him and Ingenium's little brother. The sun was blotted out by the shadow of the man, and Izuku had to squint to see past the glare. His ribs throbbed as his heart sank, recognizing the imposing shadow. A sound left him, a laugh of incredulity. It came out as a wheeze, hysterical and shaking. So many miscalculations today. So this was how he was going to die. Fucking excellent. If there was any way he expected to go, it'd just make sense it'd be taken out by the symbol of peace, Mr. Tight Pants, America himself. He'd lifted his head, but now he let it drop to the pavement in defeat. All Might was standing in front of him, his hands on his hips and that trademark smile on his face. The shadow of his eyes left a dark slate, his blue irises glowing with the power of his quirk. Though this was the first time Izuku had seen it in person, the hero looked larger than life itself. There was something a little kitschy about him, almost forced. The American memorabilia, tan skin, and muscles upon muscles were comic book in every way. It was utterly imposing. Izuku groaned, knowing the answer his quirk gave him even before he gave All Might a long, measured look. No weaknesses, save for his time limit. The most frustrating heroes were the borderline invincible ones. He settled for managing to spit up a little bit of blood at the hero's feet. "You're here." That was Ida, clearly relieved, surprised, and more than a little awed at being in All Might's presence. Not planned then, that much was a relief. Izuku was beginning to believe that he had lost his touch, to mess up this badly. Despite his best attempts, there was no way to account for spontaneity. "I was going to go with your class in the morning, but an inescapable errand had to be run before I could do so. So that was it." Izuku's quirk mentally calculated the approximate time, and the length that All Might had been MIA. 3 hours, just about. Not that he could do much about this information now. He couldn't even sit up, the nausea from being knocked on his ass was so strong. He managed a mumbled curse. "It's to my benefit." Tenya managed, obviously relieved. The boy adjusted his cracked glasses, looking at his teacher earnestly. "There's been an attack. Aizawa-sensei, I think he's in trouble. We need the teachers to come." All Might took in this information. The broad shelf of his shoulders tightened, his hands curling into fists at his side. You run to the school. All Might said after a moment of consideration. I'll deal with this villain and come to Aizawa's aid. That was bad. Shigaraki would kill him for sure if that happened. A moment of dull panic settled into Izuku's bones. Like a rabbit cornered, it was beginning to dawn on him that there was no way out of this. Somehow he'd. Jaw was grimly set. You won't take Aizawa-sensei, and you won't kill All Might. If you want to, you'll have to kill me. A pity. The boy actually looked regretful, his head tilted to the side. You're so young and have so much potential. All of your family does, though. Are you really going to use such big words? You're still a kid. A look of perplexion crossed the boy's face. Why don't you run away? No one's watching, and I think we both know that I'm going to win if we fight. I've killed before and you haven't. You're also a kid. Ida replied. You must have someone important you're fighting for? The smile on the boy's face seemed to shrink, something dead encroaching into his expression. His hand twirled, the staff crackling with blue electricity once more, live and dangerous. Not clever enough, it seems, to keep your mouth shut. He intoned softly. The amusement was gone, and Ida knew with a sinking heart that his stalling limit had been reached. His thoughts went to his brother, to his mom and dad. Forgive me, Tensei, he thought. It seems like I might not become a hero like you, after all. He braced himself as the boy charged, his engines guttering to life. Ida prepared to throw everything he had into them, hoping to just be fast enough, just good enough, to run to Yue. The stuttering of the tank in his legs didn't give him much hope. Something was broken. He moved, and the boy leapt, and Ida didn't know who was going to land their hit. Have no fear, because I am here. Izuku was a child, trapped in a nightmare. There was so much blood on his hands that it had stained his fingernails. He kept trying to wash it in the small, dirty sink in his cell. He kept finding more. His sobs sounded funny, strange in his ears. The dark echoed his voice back to him, higher and distant. I'm here. He tried to be brave, tried to be strong like All Might. Somebody would notice he was missing, someone would come and save him. That was the mantra that kept running in the back of his mind, playing like a broken record. It kept him quiet through Shigaraki's yelling, despite how the villain kept hurting him when he didn't do what he wanted. It hurt so bad, though, and Izuku was starting to feel shaky with hunger and hopelessness. He wasn't sure, but he thought it had been a week since he'd been here. It felt longer, somehow. Against his hope, something bitter and scared was beginning to break free. Why was no one coming? Did no one care? He wanted his mom. He wanted his dad even, and the man had moved out of his and his mother's life when he'd been only a baby. He'd been having dreams where All Might found him, scooped him into his arms and carried Izuku away from this place. He kept waking up alone. I'm here. No one's coming for you. Shigaraki had told him during their last interrogation session. He'd grown frustrated when Izuku refused to tell him about the man in the video footage, a grainy image of Endeavor and one of his sons walking to a grocery store. The boy's mind had whispered to him information, though he'd clenched his jaw tight to keep it spilling it. He's a bad dad. He hits his son. His son keeps flinching when his dad lifts his arm too quickly. He's bad. Tell me. The villain shouted, slamming his hands down on the metal table where Izuku was seated. The boy winced, whimpering in fear. Tears started to fill his eyes, even though he was trying to be brave. I want to go home, was what Izuku ended up saying, though it came out as more of a sob. Shigaraki didn't hesitate, a gloved hand flying up to strike Izuku across the cheek. The little boy had rocked and sobbed harder, his jaw stinging. The memory of that pain made Izuku sniff, sinking into a crouch in his cell. He could feel that his face was swollen, like Kaken's fists when he got too angry and hit a table or a wall. The taste of blood in his mouth made him cry harder. I'm here. But All Might wasn't, not really. He was alone. He was always alone. The ringing in Izuku's head was like a gong. It radiated with pain up along his jaw, to his forehead, across one ear. He felt like he'd been hit by a semi, and that was saying something considering his pain tolerance. Opening his eyes was hard. It felt like trying to slide open a rusted window. A moan left his lips. He was lying down, that much he could figure out. Judging from the fact that he still couldn't hear due to the throbbing in his skull, he could only assume he'd been hit. Whatever had managed it, packed a punch. Stifling another groan, he tested to see if he could move his arms and legs. Only when they twitched could the tight knot in his spine loosen in relief. No broken bones. Izuku managed to turn his head, blinking blearily at the figure that was now standing between him and Ingenium's little brother. The sun was blotted out by the shadow of the man, and Izuku had to squint to see past the glare. His ribs throbbed as his heart sank, recognizing the imposing shadow. A sound left him, a laugh of incredulity. It came out as a wheeze, hysterical and shaking. So many miscalculations today. So this was how he was going to die. Fucking. Excellent. If there was any way he expected to go, it'd just make sense it'd be taken out by the symbol of peace, Mr. Tight Pants, America himself. He'd lifted his head, but now he let it drop to the pavement in defeat. All Might was standing in front of him, his hands on his hips and that trademark smile on his face. The shadow of his eyes left a dark slate, his blue irises glowing with the power of his quirk. Though this was the first time Izuku had seen it in person, the hero looked larger than life itself. There was something a little kitschy about him, almost forced. The American memorabilia, tan skin, and muscles upon muscles were comic book in every way. It was utterly imposing. Izuku groaned, knowing the answer his quirk gave him even before he gave All Might a long, measured look. No weaknesses, save for his time limit. The most frustrating heroes were the borderline invincible ones. He settled for managing to spit up a little bit of blood at the hero's feet. "You're here." That was Ida, clearly relieved, surprised, and more than a little awed at being in All Might's presence. Not planned then, that much was a relief. Izuku was beginning to believe that he had lost his touch, to mess up this badly. Despite his best attempts, there was no way to account for spontaneity. "I was going to go with your class in the morning, but an inescapable errand had to be run before I could do so." So that was it. Izuku's quirk mentally calculated the approximate time, and the length that All Might had been MIA. 3 hours, just about. Not that he could do much about this information now. He couldn't even sit up, the nausea from being knocked on his ass was so strong. He managed a mumbled curse. "It's to my benefit." Tenya managed, obviously relieved. The boy adjusted his cracked glasses, looking at his teacher earnestly. "There's been an attack. Aizawa-sensei, I think he's in trouble. We need the teachers to come." All Might took in this information. The broad shelf of his shoulders tightened, his hands curling into fists at his side. "You run to the school," All Might said after a moment of consideration. "I'll deal with this villain, and come to Aizawa's aid." That was bad. Shigaraki would kill him for sure, if that happened. A moment of dull panic settled into Izuku's bones. Like a rabbit cornered, it was beginning to dawn on him that there was no way out of this. Somehow he'd managed to fail badly enough that this was going to hit the fan hard. Even if he managed to escape, and it was a strong if at this point, he'd still have to face his boss. He wasn't sure he'd make it out of that alive, the numbers weren't good. Ida was looking at him. In his expression was something uncertain. "Deal with him, sensei?" His voice didn't waver, but his hesitation was clear. By contrast, Izuku wasn't too worried. He knew All Might's track record, and it contained less maiming and killings compared to Shigaraki. Here he was relatively safe. Yes. Likely to face the idea of jail time, yes. That was something he knew would have come either way, death or capture. It was just another cage, and this one had the decency not to kick him while he was down. Still, a quiet voice in the back of Izuku's head screamed that exceptions could be made. All Might's expression seemed grim, despite the smile on his face. The oppressive air of his presence made it hard to breathe, like a physical weight. Izuku had little doubt that one hit from the man's pinky would be enough to kill him. He braced himself for an attack as All Might stepped forward, his heart hammering in his chest. He found himself hoisted into the air. An undignified squawk left his lips, followed by pain as bright as a fire shooting up his side. His damn ribs. The nausea came quickly after, forcing Izuku to press his face against the crook of the hero's shoulder. Damn it. All Might held him like a sack of potatoes, not gentle exactly but without much effort. He turned to Ida, energy crackling along his body blue-white. I'll take him so that he can be held accountable to the authorities. Go Ida. Quickly. His tone could have moved armies. This was the voice of the man that had made Izuku want to be him as a child. A bitter, nameless emotion lodged itself in Izuku's throat. Ida didn't argue, snapping a quick salute before tearing off. He was quickly a blue-white dot in the distance. Only when Ida was gone, did All Might bother to speak to him directly. You've picked a bad day to attack UA. Izuku's nausea was getting worse. He honestly thought to himself that he must be concussed. Blackness was encroaching on his vision. He managed because it felt like he had to put up at least a token objection to being manhandled like this. He hadn't been carried like this before. He'd been tossed around when unconscious, thrown back into his cell, but not held securely like he was some cat with a bad temper. He scowled. Would have been a perfect day if you had just shown up when you were supposed to. All Might said something, but the ringing in Izuku's ears was only getting louder. That was fine. He didn't want All Might's explanation. He wanted nothing from this man, who now came to him 10 years too late. There was nothing, no hero's monologue or meaningless platitude that could make the hate in Izuku's chest loosen. This rescuing, no matter how unintentional on All Might's part, would only crumble away. His vision swam, and the ground beneath him seemed further and further away. Breathing was a chore. Izuku blacked out before he had to attempt anything else. He let it happen, his eyes sliding shut without a fuss. His quirk registered before he was gone, the red smudge by All Might's mouth, dripping down his chin. He wasn't sure how long he was out for, but it felt like a while. Izuku wasn't usually one for sleeping, not in long stretches at least. He'd lived for the past 5 years or so under the same roof as Toga, who drank blood as part of her quirk. He'd brushed shoulders with monsters like Dabi or Overhaul. Sleep didn't come easily, not when every time you closed your eyes you risked having a piece of yourself dissected or eaten or stolen from you. He took catnaps. Sometimes they were enough, most times they weren't. If he was really exhausted, Izuku would set traps. Nothing that would kill someone and piss off Shigaraki, but traps that could leave a nasty sting. Overhaul had been the victim of a few of the uglier ones, up to and including having a wasp's nest catapulted directly at his face. This meant that Izuku woke up scrambled and sluggish. He blinked, white light making his eyes hurt as he struggled to see past the glare. There was a clinical smell. The confusion kicked into a low-grade panic when he found that he couldn't move his arms or legs. Looking at his wrists, he found himself handcuffed to what he now recognized as a hospital bed. Not good. A stab of panic hit him squarely in the chest, making his breathing turn sharp and shallow. It swallowed Izuku, threatening to drown him entirely. Shigaraki's going to kill me. He was in a hospital, which meant he had been caught. He'd been stupid enough to allow himself to be caught. Then the anger came. It was short and fire-bright, rising in the back of his throat and making Izuku have to grit his teeth to hold back a scream. Damn it. Damn it. They'd been so close to having everything work out smoothly, and then All Might came late and ruined everything. He jerked in his restraints, a growl coming from deep inside of him. It made his chest hurt. A voice spoke from somewhere to his left, probably meaning to be soothing. Take it easy now, you sustained a pretty bad head injury and some bruised ribs. Well, that would explain why Izuku felt as if he'd been trying to wrestle a brick wall with his face. He turned, seeing an elderly woman standing to the side. She was tiny, hunched and wrinkled, and though her lab coat seemed to swallow her, there was steel in her eyes as she looked at him with her hands in her pockets. Izuku knew her, though only through photos of when she had been younger, the face of the first generation of heroes. His quirk filled in the details as his eyes swept over her, taking in a geriatric hip, poor eyesight and arthritic knees and storing it away for later. Recovery girl. His voice rasped, and it was then he realized how thirsty he was. Izuku could drink an entire lake, and still some part of him believed he might still need more. Recovery girl hummed, turning towards the sink at the corner of the room. She filled a glass of water methodically, holding it to his lips. You know your heroes, lad. She was kind, or as kind as a hero could be to a villain. Izuku took greedy mouthfuls of water, feeling relief sink into his bones. He drained the cup, then sat back and blinked blearily at the ceiling. Have to, he muttered, feeling charitable now that his mouth was no longer a desert. Recovery Girl didn't ask more, but she took a seat in the hard plastic chair by his bedside. Her gray gaze peered at him from the deep-set lines of her face. His eyes narrowed as he gestured with his restrained hands at the room around him. Why am I here? You're young for a villain. She ignored the question in favor of her chiding observation. I must say that when All Might brought you to me, I was preparing for a man. If Izuku had more pride, he might have been stung. As it was, he looked at her blandly as she adjusted her glasses. I didn't expect a child. I'm gifted for my age, he said cheekily, and was surprised when the old woman actually laughed. Her face soon sobered though, her hands folding over her cane. There was a tired look in her eyes. Izuku didn't often feel like a child, not really at least. Yet somehow under this woman's stare, he was an infant. He wasn't entirely sure how it made him feel. You've gotten yourself into a real fix, lad. Ordinarily, you'd have been taken to the police. Your age gave argument to bringing you to the school so that the authorities could question you while I could tend to your injuries. She looked at him searchingly, as if trying to peel back the layers of Izuku himself. A word of advice: if you're being threatened, forced to do the things that happened at 13's arena, I'd like to think at least that you didn't do this by choice. I have no wish to see a child go to jail, not when you look so much like our students. There was a tight knot in Izuku's throat. He found he couldn't quite meet her gaze, instead directing his attention to the top of her right ear. She had no idea what she was asking of him. He knew that logically. It didn't stop the muted defeat trickling into his thoughts, or the chill from settling in his bones. The thought of betraying Shigaraki sent cold terror through his veins. Eri's face swam in his mind. Had he been distant enough? Good enough at hiding his protectiveness of her? Already she was at risk. Shigaraki's anger was unpredictable. How long had he been here? What would Shigaraki deem to be an acceptable punishment for this kind of failure? The questions in his head were sharks, and his quirk could only feed so many of them without the man actually being there. Izuku had borne the brunt of enough to know how much it hurt, and without his physical presence there was no one else to take it. If he gave any information away, turned traitor? The thought of Eri enduring anything like he had made his stomach twist itself into knots, nausea climbing high in his throat. I wasn't threatened, Izuku said flatly, which was technically true enough. Recovery Girl looked sad, but resigned. Her cane tapped the floor in thought, a sigh heaving her shoulders as she rose to her feet. She was still only a little taller than the bed itself. If that's how you want it, she murmured. Izuku watched as she brushed off her lab coat, turning to take her leave. Why did he feel as if he had missed some chance? This old woman owed him nothing, and he didn't know her. There was no reason to feel like he was no better than the dirt under her shoe. He heard rather than saw Recovery Girl pause in the doorway, offering him a parting shot after some consideration. It was nice meeting you, lad. I do hope that you find your way somehow, in all this mess. The sound of the door sliding shut left Izuku alone with his thoughts, and alone with the panic that was slowly, surely, dragging him into a pit. Tell me, Shigaraki ordered, deadly quiet. Izuku was 11, all fight-beaten and broken out of him. His head hung low as his gaze flicked around the empty room, overturned tables and chairs and blood splatter, just details to a bigger picture. His fingers itched at his sides. 3 men, 2 killed on the scene. Breaking in and armed assault. His head tilted to the side, noting the lack of corpses. The third man's quirk dealt with the body somehow. Shigaraki hummed, a pleased sound. The puzzle pieces slotted into place, and Izuku blinked in confusion. You set this up somehow. A test. To see if your skills were as valuable as me and Sensei had hoped. The villain confirmed. His gloved hand came to rest on Izuku's shoulder, and the boy suppressed a shudder at the contact. Open revulsion of any kind earned pain. Izuku resisted the urge to fidget as Shigaraki's hand came to comb through his hair, petting him as if he were a dog that had shown promise in tracking a scent. "I don't understand," he confessed. Why was his quirk being tested? Shigaraki knew what he could do. Wasn't that why he'd been taken from his home in the first place? Shigaraki only grinned, the expression stretching his thin face into something dark and unpleasant. "You will," he murmured, and his long fingers continued to pet Izuku's hair even as he led him away from the room. It was only after he was alone in his cell that Izuku realized that he'd lost his fear of blood somewhere along the line. Curled into the corner of his cell, he guessed it was at some point between Chisaki's experiments on him and Shigaraki's training. He wondered if that made him bad, like one of the villains his mom used to fret about in front of the television when she'd thought he'd gone to bed. But his mom wasn't here, and he didn't have anyone to ask. If he was being honest, Izuku thought he might be too afraid to do so, even if the option was given to him. He tucked his face against his arms, wishing he could cry. His eyes were bone-dry. Somewhere along the line, he'd forgotten how to do that too. It made Izuku think of Kaken, though he hadn't thought of the boy in years. Wouldn't he be proud of him, if he could see? Izuku bit into his nail bed and pulled the skin apart. Contrary to popular belief, Bakugo had some idea that his behavior was not exactly hero-worthy most days. It was an awareness that came in the silence that followed when he was too loud, too aggressive, too willing to resort to violence as a first resort to get his way. He wore his emotions on his sleeve. If he was angry, he was furious. If he was happy, it was like trying to contain a supernova for all the good it did him when he tried to hide it. When he was sad, when he was frightened, well, he wasn't very good at hiding that either. He was in every word, explosive. At a very young age, his mom had realized that her child was sad. It had made telling her easier, if only because hiding it wasn't an option. Katsuki never could hide, making transitioning to his true self, and God, he hates that shitty, tropey term for all of this, relatively simple. He'd been brought into the world an unhappy little girl, but by 4 was an angrier but happier little boy to all of his classmates and neighbors. It had been so easy in some ways, that Katsuki privately felt that what happened to Deku was the universe's way of punishing him. Your pride, the weapon you use to hurt other people, it's going to take that person you hurt away, and you're going to live with the regret of what you did to him for the rest of your miserable, selfish life. Izuku Midoriya disappeared when Katsuki was only 6 years old. One day, he and the other children were playing out on some swings. They'd left Izuku behind, he'd been crying again, and when they'd come back, he was gone. If Katsuki strained, he could remember the way finding that empty sandbox had felt. First disbelief, then anger, then confusion. Where had the little twerp gone? He'd thought Deku had gone to hide, maybe gone to tell his mom what had happened. Katsuki hadn't once thought that his friend/sometimes bullying victim had been taken. Not in their sleepy suburb. That sort of thing only happened on the news, so his own mom could fret over him and tell him to never go with a stranger. He'd gone to tell his mom, who'd later gone to tell Inko Midoriya. A half-hearted search began that soon morphed into a manhunt as the day crawled on and no sign of Izuku turned up. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, snatched by some sort of monster from a fairy tale. As the days turned into weeks, Katsuki's anger at the boy burned to white-hot fury, to confusion, to finally fear and sadness. This wasn't supposed to happen. He'd never wanted Izuku to disappear, not for real. He'd tried to negotiate it in his head, justify it. He'd only wanted Izuku to toughen up a little, act cool. How was he supposed to be like his hero All Might if he cried at scraped knees and boo-boos? He hadn't wanted, he didn't. It doesn't matter what you wanted. A small, insidious voice whispered in the back of his mind. This is because of you. He's gone, and his last memory of you is that you hated him, wanted him gone. The weeks turned into months, and Katsuki was left adrift with only his sadness, and no one to blame but himself. Are those marks from your quirk? Kirishima was the first with the bravery to ask, maybe because he was the first to see. Katsuki could get away most of the time in his own home being binderless and sleeveless. He'd gotten comfy in Kirishima's company, perhaps a bit too comfortable really. Carelessness had left him inviting Kirishima over to his house, being in a t-shirt and sweatpants, doing homework with him on his bedroom floor. The question had sent a lick of fear through Katsuki's spine, but it was an old response from a time when he had something to hide. He resisted the urge to turn his wrists to the floor, hiding the scarring that made shiny patchworks of his arms to the crease of his elbows. His voice was cutting, but that much would have been true regardless of the question. What kind of fucking question is that? Kirishima's face turned the same shade as his hair, realizing the invasiveness of his question. He held up his hands in apology. Sorry bro, filter got away from me. There was the opportunity to drop it there, but Katsuki could still see the curiosity in his friend's eyes. He tried to push down an irritated sigh, and only partially succeeded. God fucking damn it, Katsuki knew he wouldn't leave it alone. Yes, he said, because in a way they were. It was his quirk that made the marks in a roundabout sort of way. Kirishima seemed to sense that there was more to the story though, his brows knitted in confusion. Katsuki refused to meet his gaze head-on, some strange combination of embarrassed and irritated at once. Isn't a person's body meant to be immune to their quirk, though? Kirishima wondered aloud, his fingers coming to rub at his chin as he thought about it. Katsuki tried not to feel like he was being interrogated. He reminded himself that Kirishima was his friend, tried to use some of the shitty breathing exercises he'd been taught in therapy. Yes. He answered again, through gritted teeth. Shitty hair wasn't this stupid, surely? Slowly, Kirishima seemed to reach the right conclusion. His expression morphed from confusion, to horror, to sadness. Katsuki braced himself for something disgusting like pity. There was an uncomfortable, silent stretch. He wondered if it was possible to die from embarrassment and shame. Then Kirishima said something unexpected and surprisingly observant given his track record, all things considered. I'm glad you seem like you're doing better. What? His panic fizzled out into shock. He stared at Kirishima like he had grown two heads. They're old, right? Kirishima gestured to the scars, a nervous toothy smile etched on his face like he hoped it'd put his friend at ease. I'm saying that, all things considered, I'm like really glad that you're doing better than you were when those happened. He chanced a slightly worried look at Katsuki then, seeming to reconsider his words. Unless you're not? In which case I care about you and think we should talk dash. I am. Katsuki blurted, because watching Kirishima try and shove his other foot in his mouth was awkward for both of them. He'd rather beat himself unconscious against a brick wall frankly than discuss his childhood like they were participating in a feeling circle. It had been hard enough to get the words out right with a medical professional, let alone a friend. He wasn't programmed to just talk like it was nothing. Kirishima looked equally relieved. He ran a hand through his messy red hair, grinning widely up at Katsuki from the floor. Good. That's good. He fiddled with his pen. If Katsuki had been looking at him instead of his bedroom wall, he might have seen the slight flush that crawled up Kirishima's neck as he added, I'd hate to see the bravest dude I know hurting like that. Katsuki found himself focused on the fact that Kirishima hadn't hesitated to call him dude, his binder long since put away for the night. He tried to hide the pleased flush that crept up his own face and failed. He pressed his face against his bed covers. What are you even going on about? He growled. He could feel Kirishima's eyes on him, could hear the amusement in his voice. Dude, are you blushing? Shut the fuck up or your head will end up buried in your ass. Katsuki snapped. His friend laughed, and the sound did funny things to his heart, making it feel like it was going through a taffy puller. Thankfully, Kirishima was too nice, or maybe too afraid of Katsuki's short fuse, to say anything else. So, Katsuki let Kirishima get closer. There were times he wasn't sure he wouldn't end up regretting it. He tried not to think about it, because if he did he started to get agitated. Kirishima took to following him a bit like an overly excited puppy, and Bakugo had to admit that he liked the attention. Whether or not he liked how Kirishima seemed determined to know everything about him was a bit of a different story. He was used to being treated as someone to avoid or fear, and the experience of having someone actually come looking for him was flattering and irritating in equal parts. Katsuki thrived on attention as much as it made him competitive, and Kirishima was more than happy to indulge in a good training match or 7. Their friendship was probably to an outside viewer a little problematic, given their tendency to beat the shit out of each other for fun. Katsuki had never had a friend better suited for him before in his life. Then the anniversary rolled around, and Katsuki felt like no matter where he was looking, something reminded him of the whole terrible day. He'd come to mentally date Deku's disappearance in his head as the anniversary thanks to the news headlines that used to commemorate the boy's disappearance. It made his skin itch if he remembered the news broadcasters solemnly staring into the camera as if they really cared that Deku was gone. It made him angry and oddly fragile, to the point where even the fucking teacher noticed his quiet falling apart. He'd been embarrassed, and in turn even angrier with himself. Then he'd made a fool of himself in front of the entire class, over something the fucking grape said. Really, he liked to think he had a bit more pride than that. Mortified with himself, Katsuki had escaped to his house. His one saving grace was that no one stopped him on his way, so no one had seen how dangerously close he'd been to doing something awful like cry or blow up. His room felt too small, but it was a good buffer for his anger. His quirk unthinkingly torched a few notebooks that he flung from his backpack, sending his sparse notes from class briefly ablaze before spluttering sullenly on the floor. He had the good sense to make sure it wouldn't light anything else ablaze, then lay face down on his bed. Given the time to calm down, Katsuki could admit to himself that he probably should have just skipped class. He knew well enough by now to know that today wasn't a day where he or anyone who had been a part of that day was functional. His mom still took Inko out for brunch every year today, because doing so meant that Deku's mom wasn't alone and was eating and getting out. Mitsuki still called Katsuki every day today, making sure in a roundabout way that he was all right. No one talked exactly about why his mom went to such lengths, but everyone appreciated it in their own ways. Katsuki didn't tell her off for calling him, and Inko didn't ignore the doorbell when she rang. Both of them pretended like it helped. The thought that he should maybe check on Deku's mom himself now and again niggled in his mind, but he always quashed the idea firmly. It wouldn't be taken kindly, given that Katsuki was, well, Katsuki. The knock on the front door of his house was nearly expected, a few hours later. He knew without getting up that it was Kirishima. He didn't answer, not even when his friend hesitantly called his name. Katsuki wasn't fit to be around anyone right now. A few moments stretched in silence, then he heard the retreating sound of Kirishima's footsteps from the front step. Katsuki relaxed only after he couldn't hear them anymore. He ignored the small, stupid part of himself that wished his friend had persisted, hands clenching under his pillow. He wouldn't have the words to explain anyway, even if he really wanted to. USJ had been attacked, and there were villains filling the training ground. Katsuki felt only anticipation, a grin stretching across his face as he fought for his and his classmates' lives. This was easier, the simple struggle for survival that he'd become so good at. No one bested him in a fight, not in his element. He thrived with his palms coated in sweat, ash in the back of his throat, and nothing expected of him except to deal with the next target. He blasted through the first few villains like they were tissue paper, a laugh half caught in his throat as he ran through the training grounds, looking for new targets. Here in the ruins training ground, Kirishima beside him, Bakugo felt like there wasn't anything he couldn't do. These shitty villains are weak as hell. He commented, and was pleased when Kirishima laughed and agreed. His friend's quirk turned him to sharp points, more so than usual. It made his smile shark-like and wide. We should go help the others. A part of Katsuki agreed, but his mind turned to the bastard that had thrown them into the ruins zone in the first place. His hands restlessly clenched and unclenched at his sides, adrenaline making his blood sing. We need to get that void bastard. He's the fucking gate for the villains. He might have said more, but a movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. His palms snapped backwards, his quirk activating without thought. The villain was sent flying, Kirishima's expression melting from surprise to fear to being impressed. Katsuki could feel heat crawling up the back of his neck as his friend pumped his fists in awe. Yeah, okay. Let's go get him. Katsuki didn't need any more of a nudge. He blasted himself forward, his heart thundering in his throat. He told himself it was the action, the excitement, and tried not to look at Kirishima's smile too directly. All Might proved to be the turning point, of course. That's what was to be expected from the #1 hero, after all. Katsuki wasn't impressed very often, but the man's atmosphere still rocked him. It was an aura, a sort of chill that one got under their spine when All Might was around. Katsuki felt safe with All Might, but his base instincts still trembled under the weight of the man's stare. It was the presence of someone who was so powerful that very few could stand by his side. It made the limp body he was carrying unimportant, barely considered even as the hero placed the unconscious villain carefully onto the ground to fight the Numu. Katsuki had to hold back a wince as he saw Aizawa. Some of his excitement over the battle faded as he took in his teacher's injuries, took in the monster All Might was facing down. It didn't even look human, and Katsuki had seen quite a few quirks that changed one's physical appearance. This was something mindless, something created only to destroy. Its dead gaze unsettled him, even as he tried not to let it show on his face. Too soon he was moving, the shadow villain further away. There wasn't time to stop and watch the show between All Might and the monster. That wasn't his mission. He pushed the fight from his mind, dragging Kirishima with him even as his palms sparked. His wrists were getting hot, the kind of strain that would soon come with injury. It was good, he thought, that things were wrapping up. He leapt over the limp villain that All Might had put on the ground, giving it the barest of glances. It was a kid not much different from himself, at a glance. His face was hidden by a ragged mop of greasy, dark green hair. He was breathing. Katsuki's mouth was making a shape as he moved, not quite a grimace but less of a grin. It seemed even All Might felt sick about the idea of murdering children. All too soon the battle was over, Ida managing to get the rest of the heroes to come. Katsuki and most of the other students managed to get away with only minor scrapes, dirty but otherwise unharmed. The villains that weren't arrested escaped, including the Void Bastard, which made him seethe. Sometimes shit happens, man. Kirishima said philosophically, apparently less bothered. Typical for him, he just seemed happy that everyone was alive and relatively unhurt. Their teacher was a different story. Aizawa was taken away on a stretcher, present Mike fussing over his prone form but trying to put on a brave face. None of the students were allowed to see their sensei, his condition too fragile. He was taken straight to the school, recovery girl given a call ahead of time to prep a bed for him. Even more concerning is that no one was allowed to see All Might. The pro hero had defeated Numu, but Cementos was keeping anyone from knowing the extent of the man's injuries. Something about that sat oddly with Katsuki, although he wasn't sure why. He wasn't given much time to think on it, soon ushered towards one of the pro heroes to have a look at the state of his wrists and hands. It was determined pretty quickly that he didn't need much more medical attention beyond a few bandages and some burn cream, and finally Katsuki was granted permission to leave the training arena and head back to school with the rest of the class. The exhaustion began to hit all of them, Katsuki's head ringing, the overuse of his quirk making his wrists stinging and sore. Kirishima looked not much better, his grin present but flagging as the class collectively made their way back to their homes, their parents called and waiting for them. One by one, the class broke apart to go to their respective homes, saying their goodbyes and see you in the mornings. Some chose to room at each other's houses for the night, unwilling to admit it but in need of company. Katsuki and Kirishima's homes were in the same direction, both of them having called their parents to tell them they were fine and could make it back together. Soon they were left, walking side by side down the quiet and empty streets. They stood at the crossroads, Katsuki's bare toes digging into his shoes. He'd forgotten a change of socks. With the excitement of the day finally leaving his body, he was left feeling hollowed out and a little dazed. There was a small part of his brain replaying the entire event over and over again, lingering on Aizawa's wounded body, on All Might's strange disappearance. That part of him, the part that wasn't entirely emotionally illiterate, recognized the feeling as fear. He saw the same feeling on Kirishima's face, hidden under a carefully cheerful smile. His hands hadn't stopped fidgeting since they'd stood together in the dark, his red eyes flicking around the shadows when he thought Katsuki wouldn't notice. Neither of them could bring themselves to walk away. Hey Dash, Kirishima tried to break the silence, unable to stand it any longer. Katsuki interrupted him, knowing that if he let his friend talk that he'd never get out the words that needed to be said. He could feel his ears burning as he stared down at his feet, his words blunt and clipped. Grab pajamas and come over. And then, because he was second-guessing himself apparently in all sorts of ways over this shit, he added, unless you don't want to. Or your parents want you home. I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want. He pretended not to notice the way Kirishima's shoulders slumped in visible relief, the tightness in the edge of his smile loosening. Okay, he said. Katsuki turned towards his street, unsure of what was broadcasting on his face. He heard his friend go, feeling some of the tightness in his chest ease. Katsuki stared down at the bandages wrapped around his singed hands, and for once in his life tried not to overthink it. For one night, he didn't let Deku's memory haunt him, and instead let Kirishima's excited rambling lull him into security as he rejoined him and they walked home. They spent the night playing video games, Katsuki's mom hovering but trying not to make it obvious. Katsuki appreciated it, though he still cursed and bickered with her at the table. Exhaustion overtook him at around the point that he and Kirishima retreated to his room, when his friend started talking about his middle school years. Katsuki's dreams were filled with ghost-like faces speaking to him. He couldn't hear what they were saying, and didn't know if it was Deku or someone else. It left him in a crowd of his classmates, doubled over on top of each other like a reflective funhouse mirror. It wasn't a nightmare, but when Katsuki woke up at 6 in the morning, he couldn't pretend it was entirely a dream. He looked over, seeing Kirishima passed out and snoring loudly on the floor, not a care in the world. Katsuki snorted to himself, staring up at his bedroom ceiling. Idiot, he said softly, but it fell flat in his mouth. Naomasa Tsukachi had known Toshinori a long, long time. Long enough that he could remember a time when the name All Might had been just a hopeful daydream, instead of an international symbol. Though years had given them widely different career paths and social circles, a part of Naomasa still felt excitement for his friend when he achieved something, and felt ill whenever he learned that Toshi had gotten himself hurt again. He thought sometimes that he could almost sense the latter before it happened, their childhood friendship creating a brotherly sixth sense in him that seemed to always know when Toshi had managed to get himself injured. Maybe his quirk wasn't a lie detector, but a precog. This time around, the unease was a full-on stomach ache. He hid it well enough, but seeing Toshi bandaged up like a mummy brought back memories for Naomasa. He hadn't seen his friend this injured since his fight with All for One, and it was something he'd truthfully hoped he'd never have to see again. You look like you've seen better days, old friend. Heat greeted, seating himself in the plastic office chair by Toshi's bedside. His friend had smiled at him, waving away his concern with his usual good cheer. It was Toshi's go-to, his modus operandi, a wide smile that got wider each time someone asked him if anything was wrong. As a result, Naomasa very quickly saw through it. Out with it, he demanded, making Toshi sigh and look down at his wrapped hands. One of the villains we caught was a child, Naomasa. We, as a council, have reason to believe he wasn't a part of this operation by choice. Child trafficking? Toshi hummed in confirmation, his expression grave. He had dealt with these cases before, though rarely. They unfortunately didn't always have a happy end. We've yet to get a name from the boy, but it's clear that his quirk is very powerful. It's some kind of analysis ability, a bit like Nightwing. However, he won't consent to DNA testing, and is extremely distrustful of authority figures. He has no papers, nothing to give us even a name. It wasn't difficult to see what was eating at Toshi. Naomasa knew that face well enough to guess. You're worried that the authorities will take his silence for guilt. He can't be more than 15 years old. Toshi burst out, frustration clear. He looked up at Naomasa earnestly. How can we, as pro-heroes, condemn a child when it's not even clear that he hasn't been groomed all his life to be some sort of weapon? Naomasa hummed a little, neither agreeing or disagreeing. He'd worked with law enforcement for a long time, and at the age the villain was at, it was a case-by-case basis more often than not as to whether or not they were charged. It was strange how the legal system could get itself worked into knots when it came to children. Some children, Naomasa knew unfortunately, were a danger to society if released with a slap on the wrist. Others, he knew, were victims of circumstance. It was a delicate balance, and one he quite frankly preferred not to deal in. His legal cases often were adults, because he felt he could put them on trial fairly without the fear that they'd been put on such a path with no opportunity to leave. Do you think that your colleagues would be unfair towards a child? He asked instead, not unkindly. Toshi made a noise of denial about the idea, but his hands still clenched the bed covers restlessly. It is about the nature of his quirk, my friend. He said, whether he was forced or not, it is clear that the boy was used to plan this crime and possibly a number of others. In a court of law, I worry that the jury will not be able to look past the potential danger of his quirk. He made a sound of disgust, then, worse, the boy won't even try to see reason about his situation. He remains convinced that Shigaraki will find him and kill him should he give any sort of information away. Long-term abuse and grooming can do that to a child, Naomasa answered gently. He'd seen it often enough to know the kind of cruelty people were capable of. It's possible he truly believes that Shigaraki will still be able to get to him, even in one of the most protected facilities in the world. What's more, if his quirk is as you say, he's probably afraid it will be abused again. Tsukachi ran a hand through his close-cropped hair then, shooting his friend a pointed look. Realistically, there's not much you can do about this except advocate for leniency. You bullied Tamakawa into giving this information to you in the first place, didn't you? Toshi groaned in frustration, throwing his hands up in the air. It was clear that the entire problem was torturing him inside. Naomasa offered him a pat on his hand, considering the situation critically. What would he, if he was a child that had an amazing quirk but had been abused terribly, want? What could they exchange to give the child a sense of control over the situation? A budding idea began to grow in the back of his mind. Do you know if he has any family? At Toshi's miserable denial, Naomasa pressed on, a student then, perhaps? Someone his age, fairly non-threatening, that could introduce him to the idea of a friendly face. Toshinori considered the notion, stroking his chin thoughtfully. One of Aizawa's students, maybe? His blue eyes narrowed, and his fist connected. With his hand. I do think I know of a student that's good at making others feel safe, actually. Toshi beamed up at Naomasa, some of the weight taken from his shoulders. Tsukachi, you are a genius. Can I get that in writing? Naomasa grinned, laughing when Toshinori swatted him. Ochako Uraraka, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi. May I have a word with you? The man at the classroom door had been a stranger, dressed in a trench coat and hat. Ochako had at a glance, thought he'd looked more like the stereotype of a detective than a real one. She turned to present Mike, who was substituting for Aizawa given his injuries. Only when she'd gotten the go-ahead had she rose to her feet, following him curiously outside. Ochako realized how tall the man was, alone together in the hall. She had to crane her neck upwards to look him in the eye. She felt a little bit intimidated. Naomasa seemed to sense this and smiled, softening his expression. It was enough to make Ochako relax, sure that she wasn't in trouble for something. I'm with law enforcement. He took off his hat, introducing himself with a handshake. Ochako took it, recalling him now. You were there when Aizawa-sensei was being taken to the ambulance. He nodded and she asked him urgently. Is he okay? We aren't allowed to see him yet, and me and Sue and the rest of the class are worried. Aizawa will make a gradual, full recovery. Naomasa assured, not unkindly. She sighed in open relief, a smile breaking out on her face that felt like it had been missing for days. Thank goodness. You care a lot. The man observed. His tone wasn't judgmental, to Ochako's surprise. Instead he seemed pleased, his smile turning an otherwise bland face friendly. He gestured for her to follow him as he turned to walk down the hall, and Ochako followed out of as much curiosity as a sense of duty. You're aware, I suppose, that during the fight at USJ All Might captured a villain that may be key to our understanding the nature of the attack? Ochako nodded. Naomasa was leading her towards the nurse's office, she realized as a distant side note. He paused at a room in particular, seeming to deliberate as his hand hovered by the door as to how much he should reveal. What hasn't been made public is the villain is in fact a child, about your age. Ochako's eyes widened a little, but she didn't get to comment before Naomasa drove on. We believe that he's been abused badly and coerced into working for Shigaraki Tamura. She had to resist the urge to shiver. Ochako was still occasionally having nightmares about the scary villain that had nearly killed Tsuyu and hurt Aizawa. He's extremely wary and distrustful of authority figures, and seems afraid that Shigaraki will hurt him if he gives information away. His quirk seems to make it very easy for him to read ulterior motives. The detective looked at her earnestly then, his expression grave. I need you to talk to him, try to get him to open up or relate. I don't mean to put pressure on you, but the boy's already at risk of being charged as an adult for his crimes. If we can't prove his life was being threatened, he might take the fall for the incident. All Might himself recommended you highly for the job. Ochako looked up at the man, stunned into silence. If someone had told her in any other situation that All Might thought highly enough of her to recommend her for anything, she would have been over the moon. Straight up, her quirk would have activated, and she'd be floating high up into the stratosphere. She gaped like a fish for a few good seconds before gathering herself together enough to reply. Not that I'm not flattered, but why me? She was just a poor girl from the country, not a psychologist or someone well-versed in trauma. She didn't exactly shine in class, when put against students like Bokugu or Todoroki. Naomasa smiled. I was told that in the entrance exams, you sacrificed your score to protect Ida Tenya. All Mights apparently noted your continued compassion for your classmates and your loyalty to your friends. She'd nearly forgotten about the entry test. Back then, it had been instinct when she'd seen Ida had gotten his ankle caught in debris. She'd acted without much thought, her feet telling her what to do even if her mind was a blank canvas of white noise. Ochako had gotten quite the lecture from Recovery Girl for that stunt. She'd nearly gotten herself killed. A flush of pride rose on her cheeks, and she felt her determination bloom. Ochako looked up at Mr. Naomasa, her dark eyes focused and steady. Her hands balled into fists at her sides. I'll do my best. Naomasa lead the way. Cops were really stupid sometimes. It never failed to astonish Izuku. All it had taken was a little distraction, and the paperclip that had been holding together his file on the counter by his bedside had been tucked carefully into his palm. The frustrated police officer had asked him for a fifth time if he knew any information on Shigaraki Tamura or had any background information on himself he'd like to share. The man was cat-like due to his quirk, and Izuku had watched in satisfaction when his ears began to press against his skull in irritation with his lack of answers. Izuku had let him rattle off questions, nodding his head along agreeably. When the cop had finally paused for breath, he'd given him a placid, terrible smile. He had the same response he had given the human lie detector cop. Get fucked. It had been going like this for the better part of 3 days. Izuku kept his mind occupied when he wasn't being interrogated with the idea of escape. So far, he'd found nothing in his immediate vicinity that could pick the handcuffs latching him to the bed, but the paperclip changed things. All he needed was a little time alone, and he could be out the window and on his way. He'd been gone long enough, Eri would be missing him. Shigaraki's patience would be already frayed. His chance seemed to have come. The police had gone on a break that had in reality become an hour-long stretch of silence in which Izuku held his breath and waited for someone else to come harass him. When no one came, he began slowly reinforcing the paperclip, layering it over top itself so that it wouldn't break in the lock. Then he got to work. Picking a lock wasn't like what you saw in movies. It took time and quiet, and even a simple pair of handcuffs could prove to be difficult if you were trying to pick them at a bad angle. Izuku's wrist was already throbbing after 15 minutes, and the first edges of frustration were beginning to creep in on him. His tongue darted out of his mouth as he tried to get a feel for the lock's shape, struggling to find the space to slot the paperclip into the right spot. Just a little more. He really didn't want to have to break his thumbs to get out of these cuffs. He thought he'd almost gotten it when the door began to jiggle in its frame, alerting him to company. Izuku had just enough time to stash the paperclip under his hip, morphing his expression into something bland and innocent as the visitors entered his room. He already knew one of them, the detective that had first tried to question him, Tsukachi. Izuku glared at the man on principle, his opinion on being hounded for information already having been made clear. He didn't recognize the girl that trailed behind the detective. She came into the room hesitantly, as if she felt rude about intruding despite Izuku's obvious lack of high ground to stand on. His quirk took her in at a glance, absorbing information at lightning speed even as he plastered a lazy, uncaring smile on his face and gave a little wave with his fingers. Come back with reinforcements? Not a torture-type quirk. His power helpfully supplied from the gentle way the girl was looking at him and her nervous posture. She'd have more steel in her if she was accustomed to violence. This is Ochako Uraraka. Tsukachi ignored his mocking, introducing the girl. I was thinking that you might feel more comfortable talking to someone closer to your age. Uraraka stepped obligingly forward, offering him a small wave. She was indeed about Izuku's age, with a bob haircut that made her already soft face softer. If Izuku hadn't grown up being wary of any kind face, he'd have thought of her as pretty, if a little too perky. She offered his handcuffed hand one of her own in a rare lack of fear, revealing small pink pads on her fingertips. Something to do with her quirk is touch-activated. He didn't take the hand, glaring at it suspiciously. She retracted it a moment later, her smile a little more forced. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name? Izuku gave her the name he'd given all the detectives, a title more than anything else. Ghost. Ghost. She repeated, rolling the name around in her mouth, trying it out. She sat herself down in the plastic chair by his bedside, too close for Izuku's comfort. He didn't like unknowns within striking distance. He resisted the urge to lean as far away as he could, shooting the detective a reproachful look. Tsukachi looked unrepentant. I'm going to go get some coffee and leave you two to chat for a bit, he said, smiling in face of Izuku's annoyance. Do either of you want anything? I'd take being released, Izuku said dryly. Uraraka shook her head, stifling a small smile at his joke. Okay, she had a sense of humor then. That was marginally better than some of the detectives he'd had to see. Tsukachi took his leave, the door sliding quietly closed behind him. Izuku was left side-eyeing the girl in silence, the paperclip jabbing into his side uncomfortably. She sat in turn with her hands in her lap, fidgeting and clearly unsure of how she wanted to start. Her gaze kept glancing at the scars along his arms and darting away, clearly curious but too polite to ask. He swallowed a small sigh. His hands were itching, his thoughts restless. Izuku's quirk hadn't had any kind of new material to work with, and in truth it was beginning to wear on him. He was tired of being looked at like he was under some sort of microscope, and tired of his own brain essentially hitting itself against a brick wall because it couldn't find new stimulus. You're in the hero division. Uraraka jumped a little at the sound of his voice, snapped out of whatever thoughts were making her face so serious. She flushed a little, two high points of color on her cheeks that seemed to come easily. Why yes, she admitted, hands folding and unfolding in her lap. I was there at the incident. Your quirk is activated through touch, right? He asked. Her mouth opened as if to ask, and Izuku impatiently explained. The pads of your fingers are slightly different than the rest of your hands. Your job is to make me feel comfortable, right? What's your quirk do? Oh. Uraraka smiled at his observation, something that didn't happen often in his experience. It threw him a little. My quirk is zero gravity. I can touch things and change their gravitational pull. Oh, but if I use it too long, I get really nauseous. Is it dependent on weight? Or surface area of the item? Can you make things heavier or just lighter? What are the parameters? Uraraka blinked, stuttering out a hum that seemed a little confused. She scratched the back of her head, lifting her hand as if she could halt his interrogating physically. No offense, but why are you asking all of this? It's making me feel like you're trying to find out how to take me out in a fight. She laughed, a little nervously. When Izuku didn't laugh back, she looked at him a little more seriously. Her hand stilled. Look, I don't really know you, or how you got mixed up with this League of Villains. Her dark eyes found his face, a spark of steel behind them, but my teacher was seriously hurt because of this fight. My friends almost died. I was brought here to talk with you if you'd like. And to me that doesn't just mean asking you about your motives. Detective Tsukachi seems to think you can be reasoned with and aren't just a terrible person. Izuku snorted flatly. If he could, he would have crossed his arms over his chest. As it was, he rattled the handcuffs on his wrists. No offense, but it's hard to have a friendly chat like this. Uraraka bit her lip, but the determined glint in her eye didn't waver. I'll ask if you can have the cuffs off, at least when we're talking. Would that earn some trust from you? Izuku blinked. He stared at her as if she were crazy. You'd be willing to talk to a villain one-on-one, with no way of stopping an attack? Would you attack me? Uraraka replied, to which Izuku's mouth snapped shut and he looked vaguely cowed. He looked her in the eye, but his hands restlessly smoothed over the sheets at his side, giving him away. Why shouldn't I? You're the enemy. Uraraka looked as though she was fighting back a smile. Izuku resisted the urge to snarl. She was better at reading body language than he'd hoped. She reached into the tattered school bag she'd brought with her, revealing a brown paper bag lunch from which she took out a thermos and cup. Izuku inhaled as she unscrewed the lid, miso soup making his mouth water. He was suddenly, desperately hungry for something other than hospital food, his quirk forgotten. He tried not to show it, and thought he probably failed miserably. I'll make you a deal, Uraraka said, pouring some of the hot soup into the cup. You give me a name so that I can call you something other than Ghost, and I'll give you something about myself. She gestured to her lunch. Either way, I'll share some soup. You're bribing me. Izuku half complained, secretly a little thrilled at finding a hero so willing to bargain. His quirk reared its head again, wanting to know more about someone who'd so willingly barter with a villain. Uraraka smiled. The expression was far more angelic than the glint in her eyes. You get nothing for nothing, right? I get it, you feel like you're losing if you don't get something back. It slid into place for Izuku. You grew up poor. Uraraka made a tisk sound. Not fair. You have to give me a name now for learning that with your quirk. Izuku considered. A name? He wasn't so stupid as to give his real name away, but he reluctantly could admit he did want to play. A smile touched his face, the first real one since he'd been captured. It felt rare on his face, a little wrong but not entirely bad either. Deku, he said, letting the old nickname wash memories over him for a moment. His eyes closed, remembering the children he used to be so afraid of. When he opened them again, he felt a nostalgia he hadn't let himself feel for years. He held out the cuffed hand, letting Uraraka lean forward to take it and shake it daintily. People used to call me Deku. At a glance, Deku was a pale, skinny teenager that was probably around 15 years old. Ochako's first impression of him was that he was very observant, that his quirk helped with this, and that he was perpetually anxious. In a way, his unassuming presence was soothing. She was a little relieved that he wasn't what she had imagined him to be, at least not when alone and talking with her. She'd worried about what talking to a villain would be like. The ones she had met hadn't been pleasant people. Yet, Deku was polite, if a bit quiet, with a sense of humor that cropped up in unexpected stretches. He laughed at jokes that would make most therapists likely look at him with concern. To an untrained eye, he might have passed for a civilian, possibly a young, tired undergrad. It was a very, very good persona, she had to admit. If she weren't talking to him one-on-one, she wouldn't have noticed the little cracks in the friendly conversation. Deku's eyes never stopped moving, shifting from her face to the room, to the window at his bedside and away again. Likewise, his fingers were equally restless. Freed from his handcuffs, as per Ochako's request, he gestured as he spoke, as if trying to make his words a picture that could be seen. It was a never-ending stream of words, too. All in all, he was a restless, jittery person that underneath the hard edge hid something soft and vulnerable. He tensed when she moved too quickly, relaxed when she sat down again, and always had her at least in his peripheral vision. It was clear from the start that he didn't trust her, and that this was a normality that he was well used to. Days passed and this never changed. Ochako was a little saddened, but not surprised. To Deku, she was an outsider, a listening ear but still a stranger. She had the feeling his manners were real enough, as was the information he gave her, but everything else was as if he were operating a very convincing mask. He gave no specifics of where he'd grown up, who he was, or where he'd come from. If pushed for information, he knew what buttons to push in return to get her to drop the topic. All he would admit to was that he was taken in by Shigaraki at a very young age. "I've been with the League of Villains since I was about 4 or 5. He admitted in exchange for learning about her reasons for becoming a hero. "If I'm being honest, I forgot for a long time anything even existed outside of Shigaraki's influence. It's like the bubble. Wake up, do what I'm told, go to bed." "What was your job?" she asked, but his eyes shuttered in the way they did when she'd probed too much. Deku looked away, the tangled mess of green curls hiding whatever expression crossed his face. When he looked back, she felt he'd gotten distant again. There was an icy layer that separated him from her. "Your teacher's Eraserhead, right?" he asked neutrally. The change of topic made Ochako's nod a little hesitant. Deku hummed, blinking eyes that were a little too wide up at the hospital lights above them. "That's what Shigaraki promised me, you know. If I got the job at USJ, perfect." Her confusion must have shown, because he elaborated. There was a distant cast to his eyes, looking at something she couldn't see. "He promised me Eraserhead if my layout for the attack on USJ went well. If we had succeeded, your teacher would have been taken." Ochako felt a chill run down her spine at the flat, deadened tone of the boy's voice. She'd never heard that tone come from Deku before. For the first time, she felt a shadow in the room. "Why would you want Aizawa-sensei for?" "Data." Deku blinked slowly, finally meeting her stare. His gaze was unflinching as he took in her horrified expression, cold as stone. "My quirk feeds on data. It craves it, and Eraserhead is one of the few pro-heroes I have very little information on. Given the chance, I would have had him taken, and pulled the information out of him one way or the other." He said it so matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather or a newspaper article. The confidence in which he said it made no doubt in Ochako's mind that Deku meant it, that he had done it before. She was reminded abruptly that this wasn't a classmate she was talking to. Her heart was squeezing itself a little in her chest. She was the first to drop the staring match, her eyes returning to her lap. She'd brought a bento box that she'd been hoping to share today, but she was suddenly not hungry. It sat under her hands, a plastic piece offering that now seemed too slice of life for this kind of conversation. How could he just say something like that? Deku didn't even know what Aizawa-sensei was like. The idea of taking someone apart with one's quirk sent a vicious curl of nausea up the back of her throat. Silence hung heavy between the two of them, a lead brick killing the camaraderie. When Deku spoke, his voice was almost gentle. "Are you angry at me for being honest?" He sounded genuinely curious. His hands had stilled completely, waiting for her answer. Ochako grit her teeth, tamping down the part of you that very suddenly wanted to turn, leave and not come back. "He's trying to bait you. Aizawa-sensei nearly died protecting us," she said, jaw clenched. He directed a flat, unimpressed look at her. Deku's looked confused and entertained at once. "Of course he nearly died, he tried to take on a Numu. His actions were rash and emotionally driven. Stupid, really. He didn't want to see his students murdered in front of him. Of course he was emotional." She snapped. Ochako glared at him fiercely, fury burning in her eyes. Because no one talked badly of her friends or her teachers like that. He went into the fight knowing he might die, because he was the only one of US who stood a chance. How can you say his actions were stupid? Deku merely looked at her in confusion, as if she'd started suddenly speaking Hindi or French. Because they were stupid. He should have easily seen that the Numu couldn't be beaten, and instead put his energy into escape. Why risk your life for someone, especially when they're too weak to support you? Because that's what a hero does. Deku snorted, confusion morphing into derision. He turned his gaze back towards the ceiling. Ochako wasn't having it. "What? Do you not think heroes risk their lives every day protecting people?" "Yeah, but not because they care." Deku seemed surprised with himself, the bitterness in his tone a break from his usually mild responses. When had he gotten invested in his conversation? His mouth kept moving, apparently uncaring of this question. Heroes do it because it's their job. But why risk your life for a bunch of students when the best option would have been to evade as much as you could until help arrived? Haven't you ever wanted to protect someone? Ochako asked, looking at Deku in disbelief. Haven't you ever wanted to stop someone from taking something important to you away? Someone? Something crossed his expression, a small flicker of understanding. He seemed agitated by the understanding. Aizawa-sensei was scared. He didn't want any of us to get hurt under his care, so he took a risk. That doesn't mean he was stupid. And just because you can think your way out of a situation that's already happened, doesn't mean you're better than someone who had to face that situation directly. She thought, but kept to herself. Ochako was angry, but not that angry. Some of the distance in Deku's expression had thawed, and he looked a little cowed. His restless hand movements had started up again, his fingers folding and unfolding in his lap. The edge of his nail bed was starting to fray, and he focused on that now. A thoughtfulness had entered his face as he considered her words. His voice when he spoke had a little more emotion bleeding through. The best thing I can do for the people I want to protect is to pretend I'm not with them, he said quietly. Ochako felt the anger in her chest fade. Deku suddenly looked about 1,000 years older, the dark circles under his eyes purple bruises in the light of the afternoon sun streaming through the window. The people I care about are better off if I'm far away. I'm sorry for saying what I did. He said it with such acceptance that a horrible thought came to Ochako. He's protecting someone too. That's not true. Deku didn't look at her, but she knew she'd heard him. His hands had stopped their restless picking. Ochako continued, lowering to a soothing tone, as if she were coaxing a skittish animal. That's not true, Deku. Protecting people, it doesn't mean distancing yourself from them. It does when you're part of the League of Villains. He said. It was the closest he'd ever admitted to her about what his life had been like under Shigaraki. It made Ochako's throat tighten in sympathy and sadness. Never before in her life had she wanted to just hug someone so badly. Only the image of Deku reacting to such affection like a dead trout caught in a net stopped her. It doesn't have to be like that. You can ask for help. Why would you help me? Deku asked dully. There was a crooked, bitter smile on his face. I admitted that I wanted to torture your teacher. I'd have killed your friends during the USJ fight, and nearly did kill one of them. One of my teammates almost murdered 13, because I told him to beforehand. I'd still hurt Eraserhead if it meant knowing about him. He said the last part like pulling a thorn from his side, spitting and angry. You care about them. So why would you help me? Because your eyes look like they're begging for help, she said quietly. Deku stilled, his breathing stopping as he looked at her head-on for the first time. His eyes were too bright, and his breathing too quick. Ochako didn't flinch as she repeated herself. It's what heroes do, Deku. At least, it's what I want to do as a hero. Her fingers reached, refusing to think too much of it before her nerves got the better of her. Her hand found Deku's, her palms feeling the jagged lines of scar tissue as they rested on top of his palm. Deku didn't move, merely looked at the hand in quiet bewilderment. She wasn't a therapist, didn't know much about psychology at all really. She barely knew if she could help at all, but something inside of her was demanding she try. Promise me at least that you'll think about it? Deku didn't reply. Really, he looked like he didn't know how. Ochako stood after a moment more, smoothing the pleats of her skirt. She left the bento at his bedside table without a word, a small smile on her face despite the somewhat gazelle-like looks he kept giving her. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? She added as an afterthought. Do you like books? I could stop somewhere and get you something to read. She didn't really expect him to reply, and was surprised when a moment later he spoke. Deku's voice was nearly inaudible, and Ochako had to ask him again. Sailor Moon. I like Sailor Moon. Ochako went home, and Izuku was left with his thoughts. The silence left him feeling restless. He was handcuffed to the bed again, staring up at the ceiling in frustration. He'd thought he'd gotten over the guilt that his quirk used to manifest in him. Feeling bad for a fundamental aspect of his nature only made his job under Shigaraki harder, left him feeling useless. Yet it had reared its head when Ochako had been upset, leaving him feeling strange and cowardly. God, one conversation with an actual girl and he was completely useless. He groaned, striking his head against his pillow. His eyes slipped closed as the anger drained from him, leaving behind just the guilt. Damn it. Why was he doing this? It wasn't even that Ochako was a girl, though the part of Izuku that was still a teenager silently thrilled at just having a conversation with someone his age. It was how ridiculously nice she was, to a complete and total stranger to boot. Making her angry at him like he had just done made Izuku want to sink into his hospital bed, through the floor. It was shame, a feeling he hadn't had much use for since he'd still been with his mom. Those memories hurt, though, so he ignored them. The paperclip was still tucked safely amongst his sheets, where his hands could reach it if he needed it. He still hadn't tried to pick the lock since the first time, and he'd been here for almost a week. By now, Shigaraki was likely past furious. Chances were, Deku was better off running away from both heroes and villains, laying low until he could gather enough support from his own contacts to try and bargain for Eri. His fingers didn't move towards the paperclip. A frustrated snarl threatened to appear on Izuku's lips. What was wrong with him? He could admit to himself that playing it normal for a while had been nice. Pretending to be a good person around Ochako, learning about her and befriending her, it was like something out of a fairy tale for Izuku. Like a good dream, he'd found himself clinging to it, reluctantly anticipating her visits and half bracing for the day she didn't come. It never happened, and with each passing day Izuku felt a little more pathetic about how he'd come to enjoy her company. He didn't want to wake up, because waking up meant dealing with the fact that all of this was just Yue's attempt to get information from him. It was a thorn that twisted inside of his chest, stabbing him every time he was left alone. She wasn't his friend, even if he desperately wanted her to be. Ochako was a student training to become a hero, the likes of which would one day put people like him in jail. He'd managed to escape one cage and thrown himself straight into another. Izuku could have kicked himself for his own stupidity. This had gone on for too long, and he was painfully aware of it. He'd proven it today, really. He wasn't good, and Ochako was. All of her friends were citizens, classmates, people who hadn't hurt others. They were people who could exist with their quirks and not have them threaten to swallow their reasoning whole. They were people who looked at villains with fear, disgust, at absolute best pity. He could try all he wanted, but the truth was etched into his skin. He didn't belong here, and he never could. The dream had been poisoned for him a long time ago. He kept his eyes closed as the sound of footsteps approached, one of the orderlies due to check on his bandages. Izuku didn't much feel like talking to anyone, not with his mood like it was. If he played dead, maybe he'd actually slip into a coma, and he wouldn't have to deal with his own anxiety trying to logic him into staying. He listened as the door slid open, quiet footsteps entering his room. He didn't recognize the voice that tooted quietly, but a chill went down his spine nonetheless. It was some instinct that wrenched his eyes open, a cold sweat that broke out along his back. He stared at a stranger with a familiar smile. What little hope Izuku had plummeted into his gut like a stone. Ah, did Whittle Izuku get hurt in the big bad fight against All Might? She was leaning against the desk by his bedside, fanged grins stretched wide. Toga, Izuku's hands gripped the sheets, trying to keep his voice as neutral as possible. Internally his brain was going faster than lightspeed. This was bad. This was so very much bad. His eyes swept over her disguise, taking in the uniform and tied back hair and feeling his mouth go dry. Tell me you weren't stupid and killed an orderly to sneak in here. Her tongue darted out between unnaturally sharp teeth. Toga giggled, throwing back her head as if he'd told a good joke. 2 high points of color bloomed on her cheeks. Oh sweetie, I just took a little. She's unconscious in a supply closet, won't wake up with much more than a headache. She nodded to the door, where another shadow stood on watch. Besides, I brought backup. Just in case, you know? To an outsider, Toga looked like a regular UA nurse. She wore a white lab coat, business clothes, and a nameplate claiming her name was Anko Kurosawa. The woman she'd taken blood from had been African-Japanese apparently, her dark braids trailing down to her waist. The lines at the corners of her eyes made her seem older than the childish mannerisms she preferred. Toga held a clipboard that had been sitting by the door, apparently with Izuku's file since coming to UA. This she flipped through delicately, humming delightedly as she read through it aloud. It was more to mock him than for any kind of benefit. Villain, ghost. Age, unknown, guessed to be around 15 years old. Admitted with a concussion as well as a few other mild contusions. Broken ribs. Further information, none. She looked up, Cheshire grin making Izuku swallow past a tight lump in his throat. You've been keeping secrets, good boy. She tossed the file beside her, golden eyes narrowed. The shadow at the door spoke, stepping inside so that the glare of the sun retreated behind him, and Izuku could see who it was. It didn't make him feel better, knowing the silhouette by memory. All right, that's enough. Stop teasing him, Toga. Dabi's voice was quiet, but his presence held a weight to it that made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. Izuku could feel a fine tremor starting up in his hands. Despite knowing Dabi for most of his life, he still never failed to instill terror. It was the raw kind of fear that came with memories of Izuku watching the man standing at the edge of a building, gasoline stinging his throat and the flames behind him reflected in cold, dead eyes. He blinked and the memory snuffed out. Toga hopped away from the counter, stalking casually forward. Izuku breathed carefully through his nose. 1, 2, 3. He needed to keep calm. It'd be at least 15 minutes before someone discovered the unconscious nurse, in all likelihood. All he had in easy reach was the paperclip. Current plan, keep her talking. Hope to God she's not still hungry. It was a pitiful plan, and Izuku was ridiculously aware of how loud his heartbeat was in his ears. He dived for the worst-case scenario. Come to kill me then? Kill you? Toga pressed a hand to her chest, mock horrified. Is that really what you think our friendship amounts to? Lower lip jutting out in a pout, she let it linger before splitting back into her usual grin. No, Shigaraki thinks that'd be too easy an out. Or at least, his sensei does. The word was black tar, dripping in a quiet place in the back of Izuku's mind. Don't think about that. Why were you here then? He licked his lips nervously, gaze darting beyond Toga towards the front door. In the time someone would hear him screaming, she'd already kill him. The window? Only if he could get the handcuffs off. As discreetly as he could, his hand dug for the paperclip under his side. Why, Izuku to help of course. A cold sweat broke out over Izuku's arms as she reached into the lab coat pocket, a switchblade gripped in her hands. She tilted the blade consideringly. We miss you back at the hideout. Or at least I do. Toga cast a sly glance towards him from beneath her lashes. I know Eri does too. Poor thing won't stop crying. Izuku's hand stilled. His lungs had turned to ice in his chest. For a moment all he could see was Eri's bandaged arms, the bruise-like shadows under her eyes. What has he done to her? Was that his voice? It didn't sound like him. It sounded flat. Colder than it should have. Toga was tapping the knife's point against her lips. She looked up at the ceiling as she hummed. You know, I don't really remember. You'll just have to come back and see for yourself, won't you? If he's hurt her. If you've hurt her dash. The knife came quickly, too quickly for Izuku to dodge. He flinched, only realizing after the deed was done its aim. It had struck the chain on the cuffs, severing it cleanly in two. Unnaturally sharp. Toga leaned back, hands on her hips in satisfaction. I wouldn't finish that threat, dear. You've got until tonight to make it back to headquarters, or Shigaraki told me he'd think of a new and creative way to skin you himself. Toga! Dabi snapped, this time a little force inflected in his tone. Until now he'd seemed bored, but there was a restless energy that hummed under his skin. He moved impatiently, gesturing with a scarred hand. We don't have all day. You're not killing him, and you know it. Both of you come the fuck on. As if to highlight his point, Toga's disguise began to melt away, shrinking in height and paling until her true form stood before him. She looked at her bare body in distaste, no embarrassment about being naked. Took too little. That's what I get for being nice. Well, guess you're right, Dabi. She smiled at him. Though don't think I don't know you're just being grumpy cause someone didn't get to finish his TV show. Dabi grunted. Brats, both of you. But there wasn't much heat to it. His cool gaze flicked to Izuku. What's your answer, brat number 2? You on board or do I have to make you? Izuku sat up, panic clawing tightly in his throat. No, he could walk just fine. He knew what Dabi meant when he said make. Shigaraki had given him a second chance, but it wasn't much of one. He knew that leniency wouldn't be a factor, not if Sensei himself had pulled this order. The sun was already beginning to set in the sky, painting the sky shades of red and orange. How are we getting out of here? He asked. Toga's golden eyes flicked to him irritably, already reaching into a bag that she'd brought along and revealing a spare change of clothes. She changed into them as she spoke. Casual oversized sweater popped over her head. Isn't that your quirk, Wonder Boy? She smiled a fanged smile, shooing him with one hand. Unless you're willing to let me bite you, because that's all I've got. An involuntary shudder ripped through Izuku. Let me see your hand? He forced the memories down, gritting his teeth. He couldn't afford to space out, not now. Get to it, because by my estimations we've got 5 minutes before that nurse is found. Toga sighed. An ear-splitting alarm suddenly shrieked, its wail high and plaintive as it filled the school grounds. The lights flickered, turning red as backup power took over. Dabi looked up at the ceiling in absent interest. Izuku cursed, throwing the sheets off of himself and getting to his feet. His decision had already been made for him. Toga clapped, heady excitement written all over her face. Her hands came up to her chin. Make that no minutes. Izuku reflected on the fact that he was lucky. Recovery Girl had left his clothes, sans weapons, in a closet in his bedroom. His costume would be too garish to wear for long without being spotted in public, but it was better than his hospital gown. He changed quickly, trying not to trip on his jeans as he forced each leg through them. Toga didn't have the decency to turn around, but she did laugh at him for bothering to ask. Hoodie and pants on, Izuku muttered out loud as they took to the halls. So far, there was no one else around, everyone focused on evacuating. This window's to the south of the building, the front gate's at the north. Security's been alerted, so it'll be closed off. There's one other gate to the east for cars. It leads to a side road. The pros will be waiting for us. Who's waiting for our signal? Kurogiri, of course. He can void us out if we get close enough to him. I love a good fight. Toga tilted her head in consideration. Who do you think will be after us? Eraserhead and All Might are too injured. It'll be Present Mike leading, possibly the principal if they feel like they need him. His quirk's weird and finicky. I'm hoping he's caught up with other things. It'll be the student heroes, probably, that'll make the bulk. Izuku pulled on his gloves, flexing his fingers in them for a moment in relief. It was good to be in his clothes again. He pulled up the hood of his sweater, hiding his face as much as possible. The mask was a finishing touch that let him frown freely in thought. It's going to be tight. If one of us gets caught. You know I'd leave you too, sweetie. Don't even worry about it. Toga cracked her knuckles, hands reaching behind her to tie the smiling half-mask she wore over her mouth. The grinning skull motif couldn't hide her real excitement if it tried. Izuku took a deep, considering breath. With it, he packed his feelings, his hopes, his longings into a box deep in the corner of his mind. To do this, he needed to forget the events of the last few days. He needed to be stronger, meaner than people like Ochako allowed. When he moved not as Izuku, but as Ghost. We need to go through the school to get to the gate. Follow me, and I'll tell you the plan along the way. He gestured down the hall, and didn't look to see if Toga or Dabi followed. Left forgotten, Ochako's bento box sat behind on the counter. He seems really conflicted. I think I believe Mr. Tsukachi when he says that he doesn't think Deku is a villain by choice. Ochako knew in theory, she wasn't supposed to talk to her classmates about her newest friend. If Aizawa-sensei wasn't injured and caught her doing so, there'd be consequences. She also knew that Tsukachi had never forbidden her sharing in words. She also knew, bless his heart, that present Mike-sensei just wasn't very good at recognizing when his students were keeping secrets. She'd been filling in her friends all day, starting with Mr. Tsukachi's request for help and leading into meeting and getting to know the villain that had nearly planned a perfect invasion of UA. She was huddled with her friends at the cafeteria in the pretense of eating a late lunch. If her guilty conscience nudged her, she convinced herself that it was just Ida, Tsuyu, and Yayazoru that she was telling. He seemed villainous enough when fighting me, but I will give you that he gave me many chances to run away. Ida spoke to her left. He had to sit at the end of the bench, the leg that had been shocked wrapped in a cast. His crutches rested on the side of the table, within easy reach. Recovery Girl had healed the organic parts of Ida's body, but the engines proved to give her some trouble. Despite the injury, he'd been in relatively good health, getting to class with only a little help carrying his books. Ida took academics very seriously, and no broken limb would stop him from learning all he could. He now seemed to be considering Ochako's words, mulling them over between bites of rice. He also didn't seem to really want to fight me, like he was just stalling for time. Ochako nodded enthusiastically. I think he's protecting something or maybe someone. He keeps hedging, like he's afraid of getting in trouble if he talks too much about himself. She frowned, a little sad. I think he's also afraid I'll use anything he gives away against him. Still, Yayazoru cautioned, you shouldn't forget that he is a villain, Yururika. He might have reasons, but there's still the fact that he's involved with a fight that nearly killed Aizawa-sensei and All Might. Jairu scoffed, twirling her chopsticks to get noodles into her mouth. Like anyone is gonna kill All Might. He's All Might, she said, but it came out as a garbled mess through her udon. Ochako was reminded of her conversation with Deku earlier that day. But if he is protecting someone, then he may not have had a choice but to help, rib bit. Tsuyu croaked, her hand to her cheek in thought. Ochako sighed, seeing the circular nature of the argument. I wish I could just prove to him that we'd protect him, if he'd just talk. She knew it was wistful thinking, but it didn't stop her from voicing it aloud. Ochako's hands balled into fists on the table, her voice turning a little shaky. He gets distant when I try to talk to him about the other villains, and he won't talk about them. Every time I try to, he steers the conversation somewhere else. Tsuyu's hand found hers, the slender lines of her fingers warm and comforting. Ochako smiled at the gesture, but it felt a little flat. Ribbit. Part of being a hero is recognizing that if someone doesn't want to be saved, you can't help them. Ribbit. Yayazoru nodded, although she looked as troubled as Ochako felt. If he really wants to be treated like a villain, people will treat him as such no matter what you do. The truth of the statement sat heavily with Ochako. She wanted to scream in frustration. This was the part she hated about being a hero, the feeling of helplessness that so often accompanied it. Any action at all had to be better than just sitting in place, doing nothing. Tsuyu continued to stroke her hand, her expression pensive. I think all you can do is try to show him that there are good people here. Show him that there's someone listening to him. Ribbit. You're right. Ochako forced a smile on her face, banishing her fears with a derisive head shake. Lingering on her own limits wasn't going to help Deku. I promised him comics, Sailor Moon specifically. Can you guys think of anything else he might like? What do teenage boys like to read? At Jairu's snickering, she scowled. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Ida was suggesting puzzle books when the lights flickered, the cafeteria washed with red. A siren cut through the air, making the hair on the back of Ochako's neck stand on end. A robotic voice cut over the crowds of students, their heads snapping up to the ceiling as if they could look the disembodied voice in the eye. Attention! We are undergoing a Level 3 emergency. All students in the Hero Academics course to the front gate. This is not a drill. Civilians, report to your nearest classroom for lockdown. Oh no! Ochako muttered, a sinking feeling entering her stomach. She had the suspicion she knew what this was about. Momo cast a look at her, Tsuyu wolfing down the rest of her food. Jairu pushed what was left of hers away, good humor gone. Ida's face was grim as he shot a glance at her, one eyebrow arched. It seems that your friend has attracted company. Yayazoru was already on her feet. From her body, she began to form a megaphone. It crystallized in her hand. Let's just hope this visit wasn't part of a bigger plan, unlike last time. She clicked on the megaphone, jumping atop the table as stunned students began to move in a panic. Standing on the table, she was the image of orderly conduct. All general academic students to the east exit. I repeat, all general academic students to the east exit. She looked down at her friends, setting the megaphone to a clip on her hip and cracking her knuckles. This is going to be worse. This time, both sides were expecting this. Toshi was startled by the alarm, waking from a light doze in his hospital bed. For a moment, the red lights and wailing siren disoriented him, reminded him of a different place and time. The fear was old, gripping his throat, but it had no claws to sink into his skin. He blinked it away with some effort, sitting up and shrugging it away. What was going on? Distantly, he could hear the collective rumble of chairs being scraped back across linoleum, feet hastily shuffling. When done at once, it could be felt through the school like a collective breath. When the alarm's automated voice system informed him of the situation, his hands gripped the edges of the blanket. The part of Toshi that had been scolded by Recovery Girl one too many times knew he probably shouldn't be on his feet, let alone acting. The rest of him was already casting off the covers. He headed to the closet, rifling through the clothes Hizashi had brought him during his last visit. He settled on an oversized red sweater over his hospital gown, as well as a pair of jeans. He couldn't activate One for All yet, if the pain in his side was any indication. Toshi grimaced to himself. There was a time when he'd have been able to use his quirk for days at a time without his body giving him shit for it. He felt old. Lots of heroes mourn no longer being in their 20s, but Toshi mourned no longer being able to eat full meals most days. He thought to himself that if he one day got back to being able to eat an entire Big Mac from McDonald's, then he'd be a happy man. Not for the first time, his conscience sounded suspiciously like Aizawa. You need to find a successor before your quirk kills you. The man was sounding more and more like Gran Torino, and it wasn't a good thing in Toshi's opinion. No amount of dodging, bright smiles, or shrugging away the problem convinced his partners anymore. Increasingly, Present Mike looked at him as if he were made of spun glass. Aizawa grumbled, and fussed in ways that wouldn't be considered fussing if it were by any other normal human being. It was a sliver under Toshi's skin, not hurting but sitting uncomfortably with him in the long stretches of silence at his or Aizawa's apartment. The weight of being a burden had never been something he could shoulder. It pricked him when he couldn't transform, stuck in a body that was thin and broken and so often falling apart on him. Each time he couldn't just protect people like he used to, running headlong into any fight without thinking, it hurt. His own self-doubt screamed at him how useless he was when he saw Aizawa, bleeding and unconscious at the USJ fight, trying to buy him time because he couldn't protect him. Some symbol of peace he was. Footsteps sounded down the hall, the shrieking of the alarm continuing. His thin fingers rested on the door handle, a heavy feeling lodged in his chest. It seized, tightened into a cough that brought up blood. He looked at the reddish stain it made in his palm. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Hizashi had told him, or muttered at him after the USJ incident. He'd said it when he thought Toshi had been asleep, legs folded to fit crossed in the hard plastic hospital chair beside him. Hizashi's restless hands hadn't stopped stroking Toshi's arm as he'd spoken. You and Aizawa both. At this rate I'm going to be a bachelor at 34 and it'll be both of your faults. He'd said it lightly, but his expression had been uncharacteristically numb. I can't do that, you know? I think when you're better, I'm going to have to ask you to take a break. I can't. We can't keep doing this. Neither of you are invincible, and you both need to know that I can't lose either of you. Toshi had felt his hands shaking a little and continued his charade, unwilling to open his eyes and see what Hizashi's face might have looked like. He could guess well enough. What was he supposed to do, though? Stop fighting? Stop being All Might? How could he just sit back and allow villains to hurt people, when he could help? There wasn't anyone else that could be what he was, not until he found a suitable successor. He wiped the red on his hands on his jeans, feeling useless and disgusted in himself at once. He was standing, wasn't he? He had 2 hands and 2 feet, even in this form? Wasn't UA's motto plus ultra? How could he say those words to his students, say them to the world and not act on them? How could he call himself a hero if he didn't put his life on the line when others needed him? One more time. One more time he'd fight. Toshi opened his hospital door. His smile was more of a grimace, bracing himself for whatever he'd find. It was bad luck for the kid that Toga managed to corner around a bend as the students began to evacuate in a panic. Izuku tried not to maintain eye contact with the victim as she sank her teeth into the crevice between neck and shoulder, drinking deeply. Though she was small, Toga was strong and vicious. One hand held the boy in place, the other was clamped firmly over his mouth. He hadn't even had time to fully activate his quirk, electricity crackling along his fingertips then fading as weakness took over. Eventually, the fight left him in jerky bursts. Only when his eyes slipped shut did Toga release her bite. She dropped him on the floor as if he were a sack of potatoes. Strong quirks always give the best blood. Her voice deepened as she shifted, blonde hair falling down into her face as she took the form of the boy lying unconscious between them. She flexed her new hands experimentally. She grinned, fanged smile sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. It's a shame I can't use their quirks when I'm like this. He has a good electricity power. Are you really Izuku? How do you know? The voice, a memory, made Izuku jerk. The voice had come from the back of his mind, an echo of words once said to him. Toga saw the flinch, smile turning into a playful pout. Still put off from what happened between us? Don't be like that, sweetie. I only want to help. Izuku grimaced. He didn't want to think about this right now. His heart was already rabbiting in his chest. There's an exit out by the cafeteria, in all likelihood. A lot of traffic goes through there at one time, it's a fire hazard. We'll go out through there, people will have evacuated by now. He distracted himself from the voice, eyes darting about as he took in the layout of the hall they were tucked into. Out of the three of them, Dabi had the most experience playing defense and offense at the same time. Dabi, can you make sure no one is following us if Toga and I keep ahead? I can if you two stop fighting and work together. The jab was delivered with little heat, but Dabi's blue eyes gave away the lingering irritation. He had patience with Toga, with children in general. That didn't mean it was bottomless. Izuku didn't want to know what would happen if that patience was pushed to breaking point. It didn't help that working with Toga was like trying to control a tornado, though. Echoing his feelings, Toga frowned, but shut her mouth. You'll need to create a diversion if we run into someone. How well can you pretend to be a hostage? Izuku asked her. She considered the thought, golden eyes narrowing. Clever. I like it. She rose to her feet, cracking her neck from side to side. And if the heroes don't fall for it? What'll we do then, Izuku dear? He was already at that point, his quirk moving at a mile a minute. We kill as many as we can. Because if they didn't escape, then he'd rather die trying. Whatever Shigaraki had planned should he fail would be worse. Dabi didn't speak, but blue-black flames began to lick up his palms, his jaw setting. Toga giggled, twirling her knife nimbly in one hand. Glad to see both of us know the better option. And no. He hadn't meant to say it out loud. He'd remember that much later on. It had slipped out between his lips, his tongue pressed against the swelling on the inside of his cheek. Izuku hadn't seen his reflection in a while, but he was pretty sure the left side of his face was purple. His eyes were glued to the profile presented to him, two words leaving a terrible chill running through his blood. All might. Shigaraki sighed, sounding like a put-upon parent. He thrust the envelope towards him impatiently. Our source risked their life and put a lot of effort into gathering this information, Izuku. It would be rude not to read it, just because you're still attached to All Might's act. Tears burned in the back of Izuku's throat. Shigaraki had kept him in his cell all this time, without anyone to talk to. His quirk had run around in his head, taking in the lines of the brick, his injuries, the texture of the cell bars. He'd been counting the number of springs in the threadbare mattress for the 70th time when someone had finally come for him. Izuku felt jittery, wrong in a way that he couldn't describe. It was like his quirk was eating him, in that dark cell. He knew that he'd be hurt if he refused again, but All Might was important. He was a real hero, a symbol of peace. He saved the day with a smile. And maybe, just a little, Izuku still believed that he'd come for him. No, he said again, his heart shuddering in his chest. Tears were already beginning to pool in his eyes. Izuku braced himself, expecting the blow that Shigaraki usually gave him in return for refusing. It didn't come. Instead, Shigaraki seemed to see his resolve. His red eyes narrowed as he seemed to think. When the villain spoke, it was to the entrance of the room. "Toga, come here." A pause, and then a little girl that Izuku had never seen before stepped into the room. Her blonde hair was short, clipped close to her chin in a soft bob that tilted with her curious expression. Her slit, gold eyes seemed to squint against the light of the room, or maybe they just squinted in general. It reminded Izuku of a lazy cat, and despite his worry he felt some of his fear melt just a bit. This was the first kid he'd seen since he'd been taken here. She was his age, barely more than 8. Her sweater had a soft teddy bear on its front. Her blonde hair was tied into 2 pigtails, her elastic sparkly and pink. "Izuku, this is Himiko Toga. I'm going to leave you two to get acquainted. Play nicely, okay?" Shigaraki's tone was sugar-sweet, and Izuku felt a small curl of dread. He'd usually wasn't nice, tolerable maybe, but not nice. Shigaraki patted the little girl's head once, before taking his leave. The turn of the lock was a loud, final note. Left alone with the girl, Izuku eyed her warily. Hello. Hi." The girl smiled, and Izuku saw that her teeth were pointed like a cat's. She held out a hand, and a keychain in her pocket jangled with the movement. "You're Izuku, right? It's nice to meet you." Shyly, he met her outstretched hand with his own. Her grip was strong, stronger than it should have been. Her smile only got wider. "You're cute. Mr. Shigaraki didn't tell me you were cute." A blush was beginning to work its way on Izuku's face. He didn't feel cute right now given his jaw, but he liked the attention just a little. Girls, well, people really didn't often talk to him. A thought occurred to him then, and he looked at her in a panic. Did Shigaraki make you come here too? Was he not the only one? The idea that there might be all sorts of children trapped here, hidden away and hurt, made Izuku want to cry. Toga giggled a little, her hand brought to her mouth. "No, I came here on my own. I like it here." "Liked it here?" Izuku looked at her in confusion. Toga giggled, apparently unbothered by his stare. "What's your quirk?" she asked, her head tilting in curiosity. Izuku's gaze slid to the floor. Hungry for stimulation, his quirk had already been reading the girl in front of him. He knew it was rude, but he couldn't help it. The numbers came to him like flashings on a TV screen. About 52 pounds. Keychain is a keepsake. Reminds her of family? Data inconclusive. Quirk gives her sharpened teeth. Possibly some sort of defensive or hardening ability. Or is it offensive, like a predator's teeth and claws? It doesn't have a name," he said quietly. Izuku had never bothered to name his power, too busy trying to keep it from constantly overwhelming him. "I can see information." "Information? Like you can see the future?" Izuku shook his head, a frown crossing his face. He struggled to explain it out loud. "No, it's more like, Shigaraki calls me observant." He tried the unfamiliar word on his tongue, rolling it around. "I look at people or places, and what I see tells me a story about them. Where they've been, what they've done, what they can do, sometimes." Toga hummed, openly impressed. "That's a real nice quirk, Midoriya." My papa told me once that quirks like yours only come once in 100 years." Izuku was a little startled. Toga thought his quirk was nice? No one had ever had anything positive to say about it. Shigaraki thought it was useful, sure, but only because he did bad things with it. The other villains found it invasive, sometimes obnoxious. Toga leaned forward a little, as if confiding in a secret. "Can I show you my quirk?" He hesitated, curious despite himself. "What's it called?" he asked. Her gold eyes glowed as she replied. "It's called Transform." "Here, let me see your arm." She held out an expectant hand, waiting patiently for him to offer it up. Her smile was very large now, slit eyes focused like a cat chasing a laser point pen. Izuku took it for friendliness. She must have been lonely too, after all. Trustingly, Izuku gave over his wrist. With inhuman strength, Toga wrenched his wrist to her mouth and bit down. They crept along the hallway as a trio, Izuku's ears straining for any telltale noise or movement that might mean a person up ahead. They kept having to pause, aware of the time ticking as students shuffled back and forth, trying to find the nearest exit to evacuate the school. The process was grating but necessary. Still, all of Izuku's nerve endings were on edge. When the last of the students finally filed out, the silence was an open relief that made his breathing easier. That relief, however, didn't last long. He'd guessed the direction of the cafeteria, following the smell of food as much as what he knew about common school layouts. Realistically, given the number of doors it likely had, it should have been one of the first places to have been cleared of people. Yet the closer they got, the better Izuku's ears picked up on a heated conversation. They were forced to pause at a split in the hall, one branch likely looping back around, the other headed to their destination. The talking had only gotten louder. "Wait," he whispered at the edge of a branching hallway, straining to hear. Obediently, Toga and Dabi paused. Izuku closed his eyes, concentrating. It was loud enough to be a group, which sat with him wrong. Too many. Why were they still here? Why are there so many? He echoed to himself, listening in. They sounded like they were arguing, though he was too far away to pick up about what. He had a sinking feeling growing in the pit of his stomach the more he listened. Something about one of those voices sounded familiar. "We're waiting, Chief." Toga's voice was closer than Izuku would have liked. He could feel her breath on the back of his neck, and it was making a shudder run down his spine. He didn't like not having her in his peripheral vision. Izuku waved her off, chancing a quick look around the corner. His heart plummeted down to his toes as his worst fears were confirmed. He did know that voice. The problem with heroes was that by nature, their greatest strength was their weakness. The call to action when everyone else ran was deeply ingrained from a young age. It didn't mean Izuku didn't want to swear extensively, explosively at the sight of Ochako and people who were clearly her classmates, clearly not evacuating the premises. A cold sweat broke out on his arms as he realized they weren't even paying attention, too absorbed in their arguing to realize the danger they were in. "We can't go this way." Izuku knew it was already a lost cause, but he had to try. Toga latched on to the note of desperation in his voice immediately. "What's wrong, Izuku dear? It's a dead end." He tried, but Toga was already peering over his shoulder. She caught sight of the students. Her fanged smile stretched across her face, impish and glad. "Ah, did you make friends while you were away? Too bad they're blocking our exit." Izuku turned to Dabi, his teeth gritted and his eyes pleading. He wouldn't want to fight them, surely. It'd take too much time, be too much effort. Any excuse he'd buy would do for Izuku. This couldn't happen. This couldn't happen. "Listen to me. There's no point in fighting them. It'll take time we don't have and get the pros on our backs more than they already are. I can think around this. I just need a minute dash. Didn't you say we're running out of time?" Toga tapped her wrist, mimicking a clock. "Tick-tock, Izuku, unless you want to hear my idea." He exhaled a long, shaky breath. Izuku could feel the pressure at the base of his skull, pounding even as he snuck another glance and read what he could of the students. Yet even as he tried, his eyes kept landing on Ochako, like a magnet drawn to force. "Brat," it was just a word, but Dabi's voice had taken on a certain tone that Izuku knew well. It was the tone that didn't take arguments, stated certainties. The sick feeling in Izuku's stomach got worse. He was acutely aware of his own breathing, sharp and fast in his ears. Panic attack. You need to figure out something or things are going to get messy. No, stop. Please stop. I'm Izuku. I'm Izuku. He couldn't speak, his throat felt like it was clogged with knives, his quirk white static in his brain. He felt Toga grab him, quicker than Dabi could stop her. Her voice was dismissive and cruel. "We're wasting time." He felt her teeth sink into the crook of his shoulder, his body jerked hard. What came out of his mouth was a whimper of fear, choked and cut off. She drank until he was shaking, lost in memories that reared their ugly head from deep, deep inside of him. He hardly heard her tell Dabi to stay on guard and wait for her signal. She shoved him, and Izuku's feet worked on autopilot even as his brain went offline. Ow! That hurt! The sting from the bite on his wrist sang up his arm. Izuku wrenched his hand away from the girl's grip, cradling it against his chest. Why did she do that? He'd only been trying to be nice. He glared at her, only for the glare to slip away as he watched Toga's quirk begin work. Before astonished eyes, blonde hair began to darken, shorten, curling up and out like wild tufts of grass. Her colorful clothes dulled, matching the dark blue jeans and yellow hoodie he was wearing. Freckles broke out along her chin, cheeks and nose. In the span of a breath, Izuku was looking at his own reflection smiling back at him. Cool, huh? It wasn't Toga's voice, but the infectious giggle that followed made Izuku recognize her. His shock began to fade, replaced with awe and fascination. Whoa, that's amazing! Izuku meant it. He'd never seen such a cool power before used by someone his age. Already, his own quirk was clamoring to read her, try and figure out how the power worked. Except something strange happened. The longer he looked, the more he tried to collect information. His quirk felt blurred, overlapped and fuzzy in a way that made Izuku wince and grip his head in pain. It. Toga cocked his head to the side, something glittering in her now green eyes. What's wrong, Izuku? My quirk, it was burning? He kept trying to blink past the blurring, to see Toga under her transformation. Yet the visuals kept getting confused, overlapping with information about himself. His own age, height, weight, it was all spit back at him in a jumbled, disorganized mess. Like a glitch, the numbers kept shuddering in front of him, but they felt flimsy and intangible as air. Izuku clutched his head, a dull throb jarring up his temples. Is your quirk broken? The question, asked in childlike frankness, made a part of Izuku panic. It had taken so long for his powers to manifest. His mom had nearly given up hope. Another thought came even worse. His quirk was the only reason he was useful in this place. If he didn't have his quirk, then Shigaraki would be really mad. Plus, being quirkless reminded him too much of Kaken's insults for him. Those days, hazy memories were something he missed and hated himself for missing at once. Toga pouted a little, seeming put out by his pain. If Izuku weren't feeling so terrible, he might have been a little upset at how quickly she became annoyed by him. As it was, he could barely look at her without waves of radiating agony hitting him. It's like watching a microphone looping in feedback, isn't it? She said, seeming to be speaking to herself. Mr. Shigaraki really was right, you know. He said you wouldn't like it. Toga's grin spread then, and Izuku flinched as a hand identical to his own shoved him. He stumbled, falling backwards. He curled in on himself instinctively, trying to curb the nausea still working its way up his throat. Hey Izuku, how can a tool that breaks so easily be useful to anyone? The smile was gone now, his mirror image looming above him with a bored expression. Really, I make a better version of you, and like this I'm basically quirkless. Izuku could only whimper, in too much pain to reply. The sound of the door opening momentarily brought his hopes up, thinking this creative new punishment was over. Shigaraki stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame like the sight entertained him. There was a nasty smile on his face. Looks like you two are getting along well, he said, a note in voice that made Izuku's short-lived hope shrivel. The villain shot a glance at Toga, the words that came out of his mouth making Izuku tremble in panic. Come on then Izuku, playtime is over for now. Coming, Mr. Shigaraki, Toga said cheerfully, before Izuku could reply. The boy let out a strangled noise, struggling to get to his feet. No, this was wrong. She wasn't. He was. She's not. I'm Izuku. He cried, suddenly realizing that the room Shigaraki had put them in was cramped and small. It was a perfect cage, short of his actual cell. The lock on the door made the hair stand up on the back of his arms. The other him shot him an annoyed look. Police. You're just a broken tool, right? I'm a better Izuku, one that listens to Mr. Shigaraki. One that works. Izuku watched as his other self skipped toward Shigaraki, feeling cold and confused and hurt. Shigaraki had to know it was Toga. It only made sense, Yet he stroked the top of her head with 4 fingers and leveled Izuku with a look of disappointment. Izuku's right, you know. It's a shame, but a broken tool is better kept in a shed than used. And no, the boy whispered, unable to shout because his heart was in his mouth. Shigaraki and Togo were already turning away, and he couldn't get to his feet quickly enough. His head was swimming. Izuku scrambled through his dizziness, wobbling to his feet on knees that felt like jello. No, please. The door was shut, and he was left helplessly jiggling a locked doorknob, his other hand scratching fingernail marks into the wood. Shigaraki's voice sounded on the other side, darkly amused. Perhaps this tool could learn a lesson, prove his use after some alone time? What do you think, Izuku? The other him giggled from the other side of the door. Izuku slammed his hands against the wall, his breath coming in heaves. The room was small, smaller than his cell. When he got older, he'd realized that it was where the bar used to store crates of beer before it had been taken over by villains. The walls seemed pressed in around him. Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll be better. Please, I'm Izuku. A cold, callous laugh rang through the door. It faded with retreating footsteps. Izuku was left alone, his head throbbing and his sobs loud in the silence. It would be a week of this, of the other him showing up, biting him, telling him what he was and what he wasn't, before Izuku began to doubt even himself. If his quirk couldn't prove something, then how did he know it was real? He did the only thing he could do when he was terrified, the only thing he'd ever known. Izuku ran like a startled colt, tearing down the corridor blindly. His mirror image gave chase. For the second time in under a month, Class 1A found themselves under a villain attack. It was beginning to feel a little old hat, something that they could all agree probably shouldn't be the case. There was a certain order amongst the chaos of the other students that were evacuating, a hardness that had developed between all of them after watching their teacher nearly get killed. It made them calm, even in the face of panic. It also made them question the procedure that led to panic in the first place, unfortunately. I'll stay inside the school and make sure people get outside safely. Ida looked a little bitter at the task that was automatically assigned to him, but couldn't complain. He leaned on his crutches on one side, feeling awkward and stiff if he couldn't use his usual gestures. People still know me as the emergency exit man, so they should follow. What's the target like? Jairu usually had a somewhat lazy expression on her face, but her posture now was straight and tense. Ida remembered that she'd been one of the students to fight the general villains, ones that they'd known little about and as a result been caught by surprise. He thought about his fight with Deku, his speed, and the way he seemed to almost know how Ida would act before he himself did. He fidgeted with his glasses, contemplating. His quirk makes him difficult to surprise. If he's going along with this, a direct and fast attack before he has time to analyze is more likely to catch him off guard. Strike hard, and strike randomly. Ribbit. Tsuyu hummed. She cast a glance at Ochako, who was frowning into her lap. We should also consider that he might not be part of this break-in at all, but got caught up in it anyhow. We shouldn't be considering anything, since we're supposed to be evacuating with the rest of the school. Momo interjected, her voice hard. Since announcing evacuation protocol, she'd sat back down and begun gathering her bag calmly together. She quirked an eyebrow at the group. Or have you all just forgotten? We can't just do nothing. Ochako squeaked, a panicked look on her face. Deku's resigned expression kept swimming to mind. What if the teachers hurt him and he's not part of the plan? Or what if they don't find the villains in time? The heroes are pros. We're students. Momo's hands crossed over her chest, some of the severity in her expressions softening at Ochako's clear desperation. We need to get out of here so the heroes can do their job safely and serve as backup at the front gate. That's our job as heroes. The immovable determination on Momo's face was clear. She wasn't budging. This may have been the end of it, if it had just been Ochako's group in the cafeteria. Yet even as Tsuyu, Ochako, Ida, Momo and Jairu got themselves together, a familiar yelling voice caught their attention. Heads snapped up, and they caught sight of Bakugu and Kirishima arguing at the front entrance. There were few who would fight with Bakugu and got away with it, and it was clear that Kirishima was pulling out all the stops. His head was bent towards Bakugu, an endearing smile on his face as he trussed up his hair and jerked his thumb towards the exit, convincing him to evacuate. The blonde said something, all snarling words and derisiveness. "Yo, Kirishima!" Jairu, cupping her hands around her mouth, waved the two over. Kirishima turned at the sound of his name, toothy smile widening even as Bakugu's sour mood turned thunderous behind him. Together they wandered over. "Dude, does anyone know what's going on? I missed out on curry for this." Kirishima looked genuinely mournful for a second. Lunch rush's curry a known favorite. Villain evacuation, shit's fucked. Jairu arched a brow, looking at Bakugu. He wore an antsy expression, shifting from foot to foot. His eyes kept flicking towards the other exit, leading out into the hallway. "You want to go fight them too, huh?" It was probably the least surprising fact to anyone that Kirishima had been trying to convince Bakugu for the past 5 minutes that evacuating was the smarter decision. It was more surprising that Bakugu had been reluctantly listening. That was, he'd been listening up until Jairu admitted to secretly wanting the same thing. "I'm saying we could take him. If that void bastard's with M, then I won't lose round 2. Bakugu brought his hands together, one fist against open palm. His expression was murderous. Destroy their exit once and for all, instead of fucking hiding like cowards. We are students, not teachers." Momo cried, exasperated at the reluctant expressions on her classmates' faces. "We need to set an example for others. As Class 1A, we reflect UA. Do you really want to tell Sensei that we decided to fight instead of follow the logical evacuation procedures?" The reminder that Aizawa-sensei would have all their heads caused most heads to duck down. Even Bakugu, though not one to back down from a fight, made a sound of resigned disgust. His arms crossed over his chest, a mulish appearing set to his jaw. "I still think we could take him," he muttered spitefully. Kirishima swiped his arm over Bakugu's shoulders, shaking him a little. He looked sympathetic. Momo led the rest of the class outside, taking the hallways not filled with students panicking over yet again having their school life disrupted. All in all, those from 1A that had been in the cafeteria were herself, Ochako, Tsu, Ida, Bakugu, Kirishima, and Jairu. The hall was silent in the wake of the evacuation, and they slowly amalgamated in the empty space left behind the other students. Somewhere in the distance, rumbling sounds of fighting echoed. It was the reverb of quirks striking quirks, and it made the hair stand up on the back of Momo's arms. She'd been trapped at USJ, fighting for her life with Jairu and Kaminari. The memories kept rising to the surface, oil in water. Except last time there hadn't been any guarantee that help was coming. The fear was still there, like a tight ball in her chest for her and her classmates' lives. Yet it wasn't as loud. She hoped that was a good thing. "We should go after them. They're still in the school." Bakugu broke her out of her thoughts, apparently not done with the argument as she'd hoped. His palms were sparking on and off, his gaze directed out the window. "It's coming from outside, that means that people are already covering the gates. We're more useful here." It didn't surprise Momo really when she thought about it, that Bakugu was willing to ignore protocol. What did surprise and frustrate her was that Kirishima was wearing the expression he took on when he was leaning towards Bakugu's corner in an argument. "We're not discussing this. This isn't a discussion. How did people lead like this? How was she supposed to lead when people like Bakugu were in her class?" Being class rep was as good as being a pebble on the side of the road for all it lent her authority. Kirishima seemed to be considering something, his usual smile gone. "They might hurt someone if we just leave, and we don't know the villain's quirk, so there's no guarantee that the pros will be able to stop them, right? We've been given orders to evacuate." Ida interjected, looking troubled. Oddly enough, his gaze was directed towards Ochako. She was studiously silent, her lower lip snagged between her teeth. Bakugu let out a wordless noise of frustration at Momo. He threw his hands up in the air, sparks flickering between his fingers. "The rules are stupid." Ochako took that as her cue to break up the fight. Moving bodily between him and Momo, she glowered at them both. "I'm going after him. I think I'm the only one with a chance of talking him out of getting away, if he's being coerced. I want to give him that chance." Even as she said the words, she hardly believed they were coming out of her mouth. Momo was giving her a helpless, betrayed look. She didn't expect to have to argue this with her. Normally, Ochako would feel bad. As it was, she planted herself firmly with her hands on her hips. Behind her, Bakugo let out a huff. He looked unexpectedly pleased with her, some of his usual ire replaced with grudging admiration. Ochako again asked herself mentally what in the hell she was doing, if she could win that sort of expression from her class well-known garbage fire. That means you need backup, round face. Bakugo said. She didn't argue it, how could she? Kirishima nodded, shark-like grin already splitting his face. Yeah. We'll give them a fight for the ages, and protect the school from the inside. Momo pressed a hand to her forehead, frustration clear. Ida didn't look entirely impressed either. You won't be able to stop them, Momo. Jairu spoke up, a resigned expression on her face. Ribbit. Might as well join them, keep us all safe. Tsu added, and though her amphibian face could sometimes be hard to read, Momo swore there was a sparkle of mischief in her eyes. Did all of her classmates have a death wish? She didn't get to find out. Any kind of protest died as a cry rang down the hall. Necks snapped towards the sound of the voice, and Ochako's breath stopped in her chest at what she saw. Two Dekus were running, one clearly chasing the other. The one chasing turned his head, panting through his teeth. He held up a hand and waved. Yo, you guys are heroes, right? Stop her, she's not me. A shadow in a black hoodie tore down the corridor, narrowly twisting just in time to avoid colliding with the adjacent wall, the other Deku. This one managed to turn on a dime just at the right moment to stay upright, hands scrabbling against the floor for a moment before he was back on his feet. He didn't turn to look like the other had, tearing blindly down the hall. The first Deku groaned, the sound echoing down the hallway as he gave chase. Fucker's fast, if she gets away I'm toast. Is it on our side? Tsu croaked, echoing the confusion on her classmates' faces. Kirishima shrugged, making an I dunno noise at the back of his throat. Momo looked up at the ceiling, as if she could find the answers to why the universe tested her this way up there. Ochako felt hope bloom impossibly in her chest. Deku wasn't trying to escape at all. Bakugo, Kirishima. Her tone made both of her classmates straighten, losing their confused expressions in the face of orders. Ochako delivered, feeling determination weigh in her words. Support me. I need to get close enough to help him take the other him down. Uraraka dash. Kirishima looked like he wanted to protest, but there was no arguing with Ochako when she was like this. The whole class knew it, had known it from the first day when she'd gone tearing after Ida to save his life in the competition. He sighed through his teeth. Bakugo only grunted, maybe too eager to fight or recognizing the look on her face. He cracked his neck, the sound loud and terrible and utterly appropriate, somehow. Sounds good to me, I've been wanting to hit something from the start. Ochako breathed in deeply, activating her quirk on her clothes with quick precision. We need to move quick, she said, but might as well not have spoken. Given the go-ahead, Bakugo was already moving. His quirk made him fast, and Kirishima had to book it to keep up. Ochako brought up the rear. Momo watched them go, the only thought on her mind that they were all absolutely, incredibly dead when Aizawa-sensei would find out about this. Then she pushed that despair down, and did what she had to do. She began to materialize a bow staff, and the others gave chase. The chase was a bit bottlenecked, the hallway narrow and there being too many of them to all run as fast as they'd like. In that sense, the not Deku had the advantage. Yet, to Uraraka's surprise, he didn't seem to be doing much with it. The course that he set on was winding and confusing, as if he were picking halls blindly. Like a pinball launched from its coil, the group found themselves darting this way and that just trying to keep up. Deku caught, Deku before they could make it to the next hallway, tackling him to the ground in a move that was brutal and dirty. Ochako winced at the sound of someone's jaw clacking against the linoleum. Driving his knee into the villain's back, Deku had turned, and Ochako got the impression that behind the placid expression of his kabuki mask, he was smiling. Caught him. He panted between greedy mouthfuls of air. Kirishima crowed, pumping his hands towards the sky as the group of students slowed down to meet Deku. Nice job there, man. For a villain, you've got good reflexes. Ochako was inclined to agree. She hadn't realized how fast Deku was when he was in action, but she understood now how Ida had been hurt. As it was, her friend only just made it to the end of the hall, his crutches clacking against the floor. Deku seemed pleased at the praise, fidgeting under the group's stare. He shrugged. Well, the bastard bit me to activate her transformation quirk. Deku's expression wrinkled in distaste, and he gestured down at the prone body beneath him. This is Toga. She was sent to pick me up and had, opinions when I told her I didn't want to go. Inwardly, Ochako felt a wave of relief. Then Deku hadn't wanted to escape, but been forced. A smile spread across her face, the quiet fears banished. Thank goodness, I wanted to believe this wasn't something you planned. She looked at the transformation villain curiously. She really does look like you, it was true. The sweating, trembling villain beneath Deku looked identical to him in every way, from the height to the clothes to the green eyes staring wildly out from behind the kabuki mask. The transformed villain twisted and writhed in Deku's grip like a snake, their eyes hateful and narrowed. Their breathing was hard, but they'd been running hard too. They were also surrounded by heroes, which couldn't be the most relaxing experience. The transformed villain's gaze met Ochako's, something wild in them that she couldn't parse before Deku got a firmer grip and forced the villain's head back down towards the ground. He grunted from the effort. Anyone have anything I can use to tie him up? He's, stronger than he looks. Here. Momo's quirk activated, her school uniform opened to reveal the sports bra she'd taken to wearing for such incidences underneath. A pair of handcuffs materialized from her stomach, which she handed to Kaminari. The transformed villain grunted, struggling to lift his head under the boy's grip. Deku didn't seem particularly fazed. We heard there were 2 of them. Where's the other bastard that helped you break out? Bakugo asked, his arms crossed over his chest. He seemed disappointed at how quickly the fight had ended. Ochako watched as Deku shrugged, standing up now that their opponent was detained. The kabuki mask he wore hid his expression, but she thought he seemed almost flippant towards Kaken's grouchy attitude. Beats me. All I've ever known about the other guy is that he's real scarred up, like some kind of zombie. He took off in another direction while this one was trying to drag me back to the villain's headquarters. He jerked a thumb towards Ochako. Thanks to your friend, I decided I'd rather not. On the floor, Deku's hands clenched at his sides, despair filling him. Sound was coming back to him, and with it, a weak feeling lead in his limbs. The panic was seeping through him, into the floor and leaving him drained and kitten-weak. Toga had used him, pushed and pushed his buttons until he'd been unable to do anything but bolt. Now he was paying the price, his voice struggling to come back to him and his limbs feeling like lead. He could do nothing but watch as Toga destroyed everything for him, took the one person who had looked at him and seen more than a tool. The cruelty of it twisted his chest into knots, his breathing sharp and sour. I can't watch. He could see Ochako out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't speak, but he didn't have to. He could see her face, see that she thought Toga was him. Not even she could see it was a trap. Toga pretended to be him better than he did, and it was his own fault. He was just a tool, and he had gone and let himself pretend for just a while that he wasn't. It got him this, staring helplessly at the small of Toga's back, where he knew her knife was tucked away. She kept getting closer to Ochako, to her friends. These people, children, who were supposed to become heroes. Never in his life had he felt so small, and shadow on the ground as he watched something far bigger than himself collapse around him. The rush of the numbers, his quirk, swallowed him like an ocean. Izuku pressed his face to the cold floor, a shudder passing through him. At least half of them will die. Toga will kill half before they realize, before Dabi even bothers to get involved. He didn't want these facts, didn't want them to be right. Izuku wished more than anything suddenly that he didn't know them, could turn his quirk off and curl up and hide so that he didn't have to witness this. Not like this, not with no control, and no hope, and Ochako's trusting expression directed at a person she thought was him. Hot, wet tears burned at the back of his throat for the first time in years. A garbled scream was locked somewhere tightly in the back of his throat. He wouldn't do it. The paperclip. He had it tucked into his sleeve. The pounding in Izuku's skull reached a deafening crescendo. The hoarse cry was like nails on a chalkboard. One moment, the other Deku was on the floor, the next he was clutching a paperclip in bloody hands like his life depended on it, the cuffs clattering to the ground. He was on his feet, rushing forward with speed born from desperation. He drove his makeshift weapon downwards with all of his anger, all of his fear. Ochako dove, but she wasn't fast enough. There was a horrible, wet noise as the paperclip found its place in the standing Deku's shoulder. A horrified cry left her mouth, but it was cut short. The other Deku was panting, heaving breaths rattling his ribcage. "Liar!" he growled. It happened very quickly, then. The warmth in standing Deku melted away like rain. He scoffed, a bored look materializing on his face. Ochako felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, like a sixth sense of what was to come. "Well, if you won't even try to play along then." Deku sighed through his teeth, the smile slipping off his face like wet paint. "Looks like we're doing this the hard way." Round face. Bakugo barked, but the villain was already moving. The image of Deku physically began to dissolve away, a grinning girl in his place. Ochako flinched back, and later she'd reflect on the fact that it was the only thing that kept the villain's knife from finding a home in her stomach. Wrong. She'd gotten it wrong. Training kicked in then, and she went with the momentum. Ochako fell back even as Tsuyu and Bakugo dove forward, firepower. The vibration from Bakugo's explosion ripped through the group as he met his target, jerking everyone out of their stasis. He was wrenched back from his own damage by Tsuyu's tongue. Momo activated her quirk, pulling a staff from her middle. She blocked just in time as the smoke cleared, a knife barred inches away from her startled face. She found herself nose to nose with a fanged villain. "You're fast." Toga laughed. Her gold eyes squinted as she drove the knife down harder, testing Momo's steel. She didn't get to try for long, a pink tongue had wrapped itself around her leg. The smoke cleared and Tsuyu pulled. Toga was forced to go with the movement, Momo falling back. It didn't last long, given that Toga now twisted, merely aiming for the Tsuyu instead. No, she was helping the motion along, angling herself so that she was headed for her face knife first. It happened in the span of a breath, faster than any of them could register. Bakugo got there first, a manic grin stretched across his face. He didn't need to tell Tsuyu to get her tongue out of the way, she knew that look. Explosions ripped up Bakugo's palms, propelling him forward to meet the villain head-on. If Toga was fast, he'd be faster. He hit her squarely, blasting her back. It wasn't as far back as he'd been hoping, Toga sinking her knife into the tile. The accompanying wail grated against the linoleum. Toga heard the movement behind her, and whirled in time to avoid being struck by Kirishima's kick. She dove, striking her knife out at random only to find his uniform tore while her knife glanced off his skin like he was made of diamond. She snarled in frustration. "Stupid student heroes." Kirishima in turn rounded himself, behind him the rest of his classmates moving forward. His usual cheery expression was drawn into a look of seriousness and concentration. Backed up against the wall, Toga found herself in a loose ring of students, all of them on the ready should she choose to move. She pursed her lips, scanning the makeshift barricade for weak spots. Even the one on crutches faced off against her, making the tail end of the ring. The sight made amusement course through her. It was almost cute, how they thought they were threatening to her at all. She licked her lips, her eyes darting back and forth. Which one to bite? Which person should she become to really tear these kids apart? What weak spot could she take and use to crack this united group of children into individuals to pick off? Behind them, Deku was getting on his feet. He did this painfully slowly, tremors racking his body. He'd been too close to the explosion, caught up in it while Toga had been able to move. His ears felt white-hot and were ringing oddly. Everything felt a little too bright, too fast and too hectic. He thought he might be bleeding, a copper taste in his mouth. His mask was cracking and falling, pieces chipping away to reveal one green eye. It burned as it landed on Toga, fear dissipating as his memories came back to him. Izuku felt a cold rage throw him, choke him with its sudden appearance. It made everything slow as he directed his gaze towards Toga. Momo spoke, her voice hard and clipped. Villain. You are being apprehended on accounts of extreme violence, breaking and entering, and intent to kill directed towards the students of UA. You have the right to remain dash. No, Deku's voice interrupted her. His voice was cold fire. One by one, heads turned in his direction. Toga felt to her surprise hard gooseflesh break out down her back as he didn't so much as look them, eyes trained only on her. She's mine. His breathing had slowed, the purpling bite just visible at the line of his collar. Before Deku had been trembling, but now he was eerily still. In one steady hand was the knife Toga tended to keep in a strap at her side. She hadn't noticed it had gone missing in the first place. Momo looked at him incredulously. There was a nervous twitch in her fingers, a sweat breaking out down her neck. Until now, she'd chosen to put her faith in Ochako's promise that she thought of Deku as a good person. Now, as she faced down another villain, she wasn't so sure. There was a chill around the boy that was staring at Toga, a certain unstable quality that had her teeth on edge. You don't get to lay claim. We need to do this by the law. She was surprised her voice didn't shake, though she did flinch when Deku's gaze landed on her. It was as if she were a bug, insignificant. Momo gripped her bow staff more tightly, the metal creaking under her hands. We aren't the law. You don't even uphold it. Deku's voice was hard, bitter as a winter wind. He spat the words from his mouth like they were poison. You and your heroes couldn't even be bothered to put security tapes in my room. Get out of my way. Deku! Ochako's voice was clear, an anchor to latch onto. Her brown eyes were trained on Toga, but that didn't matter. Deku's head snapped to her like she was a commander giving him orders, his eyes pinpricks. He looked at her as if he'd only just realized she was alive, that she was there. Her voice softened, but the steel undercurrent told Momo that she'd misjudged her friend. Ochako would fight Deku if she had no other choice. She just preferred to exhaust all other options. Stand down. Please. Bakugu had gone rigid and silent. Only Kirishima noticed, his friend's hands going slack like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Bakugu's gaze stared unblinkingly at the villain, Deku, whatever the fuck he wanted to be called. He looked like he was seeing a ghost. Deku was equally still, the cold burn in his eyes dulling slowly into exhausted acceptance. Looking at him, it wasn't hard to see why. His hands were a bloody mess, both from breaking free of the handcuffs and attacking Toga. There were singes and burn marks along his arms, and his green hair was dusty from ash. His mask had cut him when it broke, and blood flowed sluggishly from a cut along one freckled cheek. The effort it took to stand seemed to be using whatever energy he had left. He looked like a corpse, still somehow breathing. Toga saw her chance. She dove towards Bakugu, the knife a bright flash of silver as she raised it. She never got a chance to make a mark. A black fire sprang between them, separating 1A from the villain and they in turn from her. A moment later, Dabi appeared by her side. He'd flipped over the students and the flames as if they were little more than ants. Time's up, kiddo. He scooped Toga onto his back, minding her busted ankle. It was still bleeding freely. Kurojire's given us our signal. Over the roar of the flames, Class 1A was yelling. Toga couldn't make out their words. She grunted as she was slung like a sack of potatoes onto his shoulders, the fight still singing in her bones. She knew better than to argue. What about the brat? There was a pause, then Dabi shrugged. It made his ragdoll-like appearance somehow seem to have many joints where there shouldn't be. He seems to have made his choice, right? He exhaled, groaning as he let loose a small string of expletives. Not that he ever thinks about what his actions will mean. Toga didn't know what Dabi meant, exactly. Like a brother, he often kept things from her. She thought it was his own peculiar way of letting her be a child. She pouted into his neck, disappointed. You're not gonna kill him? Shigaraki might not mind murdering children, but I have better things to do with my time. You're a softie for a serial killer. He didn't take the joke. His voice was distant as he lifted her, and backed them towards the window behind them. I have bigger problems to work out. She supposed that was true. There'd been another bombing today, and Dabi would have wanted to oversee it. Her chin came to rest in the crook of his shoulder, exhaustion taking over as he dove from the window without hesitation. They left the heroes and Deku behind, lost in the chaos that Dobby's flames left behind. The silence of the woods around the school stretched around them, swallowing them with the darkness of the sun finally sinking past the horizon. The rhythmic noise of Dobby's feet running against the dirt thundered in Toga's throbbing head. She'd fucked up. "I need clothes," she muttered sulkily. It wasn't cold out, but she'd need to be able to take the main streets with him when they were warped back near headquarters. He grunted, cool gaze on the path ahead. Though he had a careless demeanor, Toga knew this meant he'd been listening. "We'll go to a thrift shop before we head back." Satisfied, Toga leaned more fully onto his back so she could tilt her head up towards the sky. Today, she could acknowledge that Izuku had almost had the balls to kill her. Almost. That was a win that she couldn't forget, despite the overwhelming losses of tonight. Toga had been pushing and prodding, nudging and manipulating Izuku for years, and had never seen that sort of reaction from him before. The answer presented to her was obvious. He'd always reacted more to her liking when other lives were threatened. Often he tried to ignore her in the hopes that she went away. This had been a special reaction, one she'd savor for a while. Toga filed this away for later thinking, for now satisfied as a whole. She knew, though, that their failure today was going to have consequences. "Shigaraki's gonna be real mad that we didn't bring Izuku back, huh?" Dobby didn't seem particularly concerned. He hummed, and Toga was reminded of a rather sleepy cat as he slid lazy blue eyes in her direction. "It's on me." "You sure?" The grin that spread across Dobby's face contorted his sticks, warping them into a caricature of a smile. Amused and unsettlingly insane. He'd always had alarming ways of showing joy. Toga could relate. "Kid, what's he gonna do? I'm already 80% burn tissue. Shigaraki's not what I'm getting out of being here." Another good point. Dobby wasn't with the League, not in the same way that she was. As a result, Shigaraki and him had butted heads before. Toga let her exhaustion win out, gold eyes slipping closed. A woozy feeling swept over her as she looked down at her still bleeding leg. Damn Izuku, aiming for her ankle. His damn quirk had known, she supposed. She hated the sight of her own blood. In retrospect, Toshinori should have known that his room was right next to Aizawa's. They had both been in critical care, and though neither had been well enough to visit the other, Recovery Girl knew of theirs and present mixed relationship. Still, Toshi had to swallow a yelp when he opened the door to his hospital room, expecting to find an empty hallway and instead finding his boyfriend trying to make his way blindly towards God only knew where. Finding a bandaged, mummy-like version of Aizawa struggling to make it down the hall with little to no vision and the willpower of spite alone on his side was a sight that made Toshi 1 part amused and 3 parts terrified on the man's behalf. The terror won out after a split second, and he ignored his own smarting ribs in favor of chasing down the man. "You shouldn't even be up." He ran, limped rather to Aizawa's side, wondering how someone who was operating without his vision still managed to hobble faster in an attempt to get away. Aizawa seemed irritated, trying to shake off Toshi's concerned hands even as the movement seemed painful and largely ineffective. Like shaking off an overly affectionate python. Toshi was acutely aware of his own hypocrisy, even as he tried in vain to guide Shoyuta back to his room. This was a task much easier said than done, given that he himself was injured. "Fine," Aizawa muttered from under layers of bandage wrapping, glaring up at Toshi. The dark curtain of his hair was greasy, and from what Toshi could see of his face Aizawa looked even more like permadeath than usual. Most of the time, that sort of corpse-like appearance was a little endearing to Toshi. If he'd been asked even 3 years ago if he ever thought having Aizawa falling asleep on his shoulder during movie nights would be in his future, he would have laughed the person off. It would have been a pipe dream, a glitch in the Matrix, or an alternate universe. 2 years ago, he would have argued that Aizawa would need to be able to feel vulnerable, to even consider that. He looked plenty vulnerable now. In truth, Toshi wasn't sure how much he liked it. It wasn't often he had to deal with. Shoyuta liked his independence, and now was no different. Toshi didn't know everything about the man's childhood, but it had made him rather stick his hand over an open flame than accept help. In a way, Toshi could relate. It was clear though that this was approaching quickly towards unhealthy. Toshi managed to guide them both to sitting against the hallway wall, tucked up against the corner of a window. They healed my legs so I can move fine. Aizawa gestured to his perfectly functioning lower torso. He seemed grimily proud of himself. Chio fought it, said my stamina was too low, but gave in. That was Recovery Girl's first mistake. Toshinori thought but knew better than to say out loud. He scratched the back of his head, wincing as the movement pulled at the stitches in his side. Still, my friend, pushing yourself will only slow down your recovery. Aizawa snorted, shooting Toshi a look that made it very clear just what he thought about that theory. His dark eyes flicked over him, taking in the bandages that were wrapped around Toshinori's head, only half hidden by the collar of his shirt. His dry smile made the corners of Toshi's mouth twitch upwards. Pot, me kettle? Sitting as they were side by side, both of them did privately think about their own foolishness. They were cut from the same cloth, more than others noticed. Both had a self-sacrificing streak that was enough to make them excellent heroes and terrible at romance. Sometimes, it happened to bite them both in the ass at the same time. Abruptly, Toshi had to laugh. It spilled from his lips, unable to be held back in his chest as he looked over at his battered partner, at his own bandaged hands. He could tell that under the bandages, Shoyuta was looking at him strangely. "We're a mess, aren't we?" It was said as a statement, not a question. Shota sighed, tilting his head back to look at the man beside him. Everything hurt. He hadn't moved this much since before he'd woken up in a hospital bed. All of that seemed to shrink in the face of Toshi's smile. "Yeah," Aizawa admitted quietly, "we are." "What are we doing, Shoyuta?" Toshinori asked, wrapping his arms around one skeletal knee. "What use would we even be in this situation? Hizashi would wring our necks before we could do anything to help." Like he'd be able to. Aizawa didn't pout, but he looked close to it. Shuta's pride was easy to prickle, and it was clear as he glared spitefully out from under the layers of bandages and broken bones that his helplessness in this situation threw him. "We're a couple of idiots, aren't we?" Toshi murmured. What could we even do, besides get in the way of those who might help? Really, he hadn't changed at all from his youth. Gran Torino would have smacked him upside the head if he could see him now. Being brave was one thing, but it took someone else being the same level of exceptionally stupid for him to see that this hadn't been bravery. Some of Aizawa's prickly demeanor cooled. He averted his bruised gaze and so refused to answer. To try to justify their behavior lately would be an insult in a way. "We did what he had to do, I'm not denying that." Toshi continued, uncertain if his partner was even listening. "It didn't really matter either way. What I did was to protect our students at USJ. But Hizashi made a point when he thought I was unconscious. Neither of us are invincible. What would he have us do, quit being heroes?" Aizawa snorted. "I can't see you stopping for even a week, and I know I couldn't. Put in the same position, I'd have taken on those villains all over again. Hizashi knew what we were like when he started this relationship. He had been the one to start it too. Sure, Aizawa and him had been dating since high school, but it had been Hizashi who had led Aizawa by the hand towards All Might, encouraged him to see the quiet man underneath. All Might was a title, an act of a person, and was as such as impossible to touch or understand as a statue. Toshi was the sort of person who brought stray cats home and sang to himself while making tea in the mornings. It was clear from the beginning which Shoyuta preferred, when given the choice. That didn't mean that he always wanted to listen when Toshi presented an answer. Toshinori made a small, frustrated sound in the back of his throat. "I'm not saying we acted wrongly, Shoyuta. Think about it logically if that helps you. Neither of us had to leave our beds during this evacuation." He gestured at the hall in front of them, as if to illustrate their ridiculousness. "Yet we both didn't even think. We just plowed ahead like we were one of our students. No plan, no thought towards relying on our colleagues." Aizawa didn't acknowledge his point, but neither did he fight it. He'd become a little hunched, his shoulders pressed against the window at their backs like a defensive turtle. There was a mulish set to his jaw, oddly childish for him. Toshi sighed, lowering his hands into his lap. He was disgusted with himself for how blind he'd been acting as of late. Of course Shoyuta would act illogically in this situation, just as he would have any other year for his class. The man was a bleeding heart for his students, and it was a blind spot that he carefully tucked away but no less guarded rigidly. Every year, Shoyuta tried not to get attached, and every year his partners watched him fall in love all over again with being a teacher. I should have picked an inheritor for one for all by now. We both should have depended on the other teachers at UA to handle the situation while we couldn't. Above all, we should trust our students to handle themselves under pressure. Both of them were equally unhappy with the last fact. Toshi could guess what Aizawa was seeing in front of him, but it wasn't the hallway. His gaze was far away, back at USJ where his students fought for their lives and very nearly died. Toshi's own thoughts kept lingering on his own childhood, his mentor leaving this world far too soon. He'd still been a child, and the loss of Nana had left a hole in his chest that sometimes still made him a boy, crying out in the dark. He'd risked doing the same thing to them, all of them. We are these children's mentors. We cannot risk leaving them without that in good conscience. Aizawa's voice was a growl, but Toshi could tell by the twist of his mouth that his words had struck a chord at least. You are disgustingly noble sometimes, you know that? Toshi snorted, a grin lighting up his thin face. It's mostly practice, I'm afraid. Can't be the symbol of peace without pretending that the sun shines out of my ass. The rare curse made Aizawa chuckle, and the sound warmed something inside of Toshi. He leaned his head gently against the man's bandaged shoulders, mindful of Aizawa's bruised and beaten hands strapped to his chest. This was new territory for them lately, the physical closeness. Both were still tentative about it, skirting around each other while Hisashi so often flitted between them, giving out hugs indiscriminately. It wasn't bad, Toshi decided. Shoyuta was warm, far warmer than he could ever hope to be. We should go back to our beds, shouldn't we? Aizawa hummed. He sounded like he was already dangerously close to nodding off for a nap. The evening sun was creating a pool of warm light, and though his back wasn't liking sitting on the tile floor, Toshi could admit it was pleasant. If the school's alarm system weren't still droning alerts every 5 seconds, he'd dare to call it romantic. That would be the responsible thing to do, I suppose. A cry sounded from down the hallway. Both heroes turned their heads, and Toshi felt the tension that had leached out of Aizawa's posture return. Craning his head, he saw why. Kaminari was running down the hall, one hand pressed to the crook of his neck. He didn't seem to have a destination, charging ahead like he was trying to just find someone to help. He was wild-eyed, his face melting in relief upon seeing Aizawa, if a bit confused about the stranger beside him. The confusion was ignored in his desperation. "Sensei!" Kaminari slowed to a stop, struggling not to overshoot and fling himself flat out on the floor. He clutched his knees, taking in deep, grateful gulps of air. Bent in front of them, Toshi could see what Kaminari had been clutching at his neck for. A grisly bite had been taken from the boy's neck, still bleeding sluggishly. He winced at the sight, a small sound leaving his lips. "You have to help me warn people." When he could speak, Kaminari's words came fast and rushed. There's a villain. I was trying to evacuate and get other people to listen to the alarm, but I ran into a person I thought was a nurse. But it wasn't. Her quirk, she bit me and next thing I knew I was looking at myself. It was so fucking weird, Jesus Christ, she's like some kind of terrifying vampire. I nearly wet myself. Breathe. Aizawa snapped, shrugging away from Toshi to get to his feet as quickly as he could. Gone was the softer side, back to being a teacher and leader. From the beginning. Tell me what happened. Slowly if you can. Kaminari nodded, flushing a little. His mouth popped open, likely to try again. Unfortunately, at that moment, an explosion rippled distantly from the other side of the hall. A familiar voice was yelling, punctuating their words with blasts too well-timed to be anything but a quirk gone wild. Toshi sent a silent apology out to the universe, and to Hisashi. He got to his feet, already recognizing the swearing in the distance. Bakugu. Katsuki was 12, and his wrists were burning as he sat in the plush leather chair. It was too big for him, leaving his feet dangling in the air and giving an appearance of drowning him whole. His glare wasn't shy as he looked at the soft-spoken man in front of him. Despite this, Katsuki had never been good at holding back his feelings, and the twist of his mouth and the narrowed red eyes spoke for him anyhow, anger and fear. His therapist adjusted horn-rimmed glasses, though why he needed them Katsuki never could figure out. Mr. Kyokan's eyes were sightless, milky without pupil or direction. It offset his relatively young face strangely. Maybe that was why he hid behind prescription lenses. Your mother arranged this meeting today because she told me that you weren't doing so well. I'd like to hear about your side of events and how you feel. Katsuki's wrists and pride stung. He resisted the urge to fuss with the large, red hoodie he wore. Everything felt too fast and too slow at once, his legs screaming run and his mouth feeling like it was filled with cement. The words froze, trapped in his chest. Katsuki tried to swallow past it. He knew he wasn't getting out of this meeting alive if his mom found out he just ignored his therapist for the entire session. I fucked it up. Mr. Kyokan didn't react to the swearing, used to Katsuki's blunt way of speaking. He braced his elbows against his knees, hands folded under his chin. It was a habit that made him look a bit like one of those statues at old temples. How so? Bakugo fidgeted, staring hard at the beige carpet. There was a news report. Some kid halfway across the world. Fucking. In the States. He'd gone missing 2 months ago, and the parents sent out a fucking international speech about it. That had been bad enough. Katsuki had watched the entire coverage with sweat collecting in his palms and a sinking feeling in his chest. Then last night they found a body. It gained a whole lot of coverage and the parents were being harassed to make a statement and dash. And he hadn't been able to look at the footage without seeing Mrs. Midoriya's face over top of the mom's. His brain had kept touching the memory of her sitting by the window of her house, waiting for Deku to come home. Even after years, she still sometimes did it. Kaken couldn't meet her eyes when he caught her on his way to school, his hands wrapped around the straps of his backpack. He'd done what he'd done because a part of him must be terrible. He'd felt only relief, seeing that something had come of the investigation of the American kid. With Deku, people assumed he was dead. It was unspoken but by and large the most likely result. Yet that uncertainty, that big question mark of the unknown hit him sometimes and made him wonder. Hope would prick him, followed by despair and anger with himself for believing it all. At least that family had some damn closure. I just wonder what the fuck happened sometimes to him. I mean, I don't fucking want to know, but sometimes I think it'd be, what? Easier? Not exactly. But better at least. Katsuki bit the inside of his mouth, hard enough to sting. Maybe there really was something wrong with him. Disappeared was better than dead, right? There was still a damn chance, however illogical and ludicrous. Mr. Kyokan hummed. In the weird way he seemed to know the words Katsuki had left to die in the back of his throat. It's not wrong to want closure, Baku. What happened to Izuku Midoriya was traumatic. Our brains naturally want traumatic events to have definitive closure. When we don't get it, it can cause feelings of guilt or feelings of self-destructiveness. Katsuki bit back a snarl, the shout inside of him that wanted to snap at him to piss off. It was a near thing. I don't feel guilty. He denied. Then what do you feel, Katsuki? Mr. Kyokan asked. Angry. Resentful. Like he was constantly looking over his shoulder for the next disaster. Restless, like I want to punch someone's face in. He said, because it was the closest one-word answer he could give. Fortunately, Mr. Kyokan knew him well enough by this point to know he didn't mean it literally. Still, the man nudged the ever-present fire extinguisher he kept in his office closer to Katsuki's chair. Just in case. He seemed pensive as he stroked his chin, trying to think of some sort of outlet that the child before him might find engaging. Somehow, he had the feeling that Katsuki wouldn't take to breathing exercises and self-validation alone. He was a kid that had a lot of energy. An idea began to form in the back of the therapist's mind. Have you considered picking up an exercise regimen? Katsuki looked at him warily. Mr. Kyokan raised his hands up in a surrendering way. I'm just saying, you seem like a very active kid. It might do you some good to get that energy out in a constructive way instead of letting it blow up in your face. He smiled apologetically at the pun. How the hell is running supposed to help me? It sounded like a lot of bullshit to Katsuki's mind. His eyes narrowed, his arms crossing over his chest. Running wouldn't bring Deku back. It wouldn't make him feel less like he wanted to crawl out of his skin. It'll give you a distraction the next time you feel like you're restless. Mr. Kyokan patiently supplied. He splayed his hands over his knees, shrugging a little. You want to go into the heroics course, right? At UA? Katsuki nodded reluctantly. Well, you need a good level of physical fitness to get into the program, so running kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Routine, exercise, and distraction in one. He ticked them off with his fingers, a small smile on his face. If you hate it, you can come back to me a week and tell me to fuck right off, or whatever you want to say to me. If you like it, then you've lost nothing and gained a new hobby. Katsuki considered it, mulling it over in his head. If he was being honest, he didn't think it'd work. But it seemed better than some of the other things his mom had tried to instill in him from self-help books, like breathing or meditating or any of that shit. If I hate it, you're not gonna tell me I'm being selfish? He asked, hating even as he said it how pathetic he sounded. God, he couldn't wait to get over being so fucking sensitive, vulnerable. Being a teenager sucked, but being a teenager like him was often just waiting for the next meltdown. Katsuki spared a small, longing moment for the future, when he'd be on his own and no longer had to attend these stupid sessions. Mr. Kyokan nodded. He playfully nudged Katsuki's knee with the end of his pen, making sure he had his attention. I'll even give you a challenge. There's a race coming up in 2 months' time. Just 5 kilometers, nothing too extraneous for someone young like yourself. It's a charity drive. I'll be there cheering on my niece. If you sign up and do your best, work on working through this, and show less destructive behaviors, then I'll tell your mother I feel comfortable enough at putting our visits to once a month, unless upon special request. It was an offer that was better than Katsuki expected, frankly. As it was, he was scheduled for once a week, and it made him feel like he was a bug under a lens. He blinked up at Mr. Kyokan, half expecting the man to laugh at him or reveal this all as some sort of elaborate joke. No one had ever given him this much control over his own life. In part, Katsuki thought it was a little fair. His mom hovered, worried about her self-destructive son. His dad followed suit, never the stronger personality in their dynamic. Part of getting the help Katsuki needed for being trans involved being bounced between medical professionals, meetings and help groups, and interacting with strangers whom he only related to in one small facet of his life. Yet here was this therapist, telling him just to run, and to stop if he hated it. It was refreshing. Still annoying, but refreshing. It was just 5 kilometers? That was nothing. He'd absolutely destroy that race, if he just pushed himself. He felt a grin begin to split across his face, and struggled to push it back into his usual scowl. After all, there was no need to let the blind bastard know that his proposal appealed to him. A secret part of Katsuki was desperately excited to work on something new. What in the ever-loving fuck? It was the first thought that came to Katsuki's head, rattling around in empty white shock like a marble. The next was equally loud in the ringing cotton sound that had stuffed his ears. This can't be happening. An apparition was standing in front of him. Somehow, the world had tilted, and Katsuki had fallen through the cracks into the twilight zone. The Uraraka had called him Deku. The kabuki mask had crumbled away, and Katsuki couldn't tear his eyes away from the face in front of him. The longer he looked, the harder it was to breathe. Each inhale was a cold spike of disbelief and the growing, mounting, nameless emotion that threatened to cripple him where he stood. If this was an illusion, then his brain was making a damn good job of making it realistic. His brain had even managed to age Deku, turn him into a teenager. Or at least a pale, skinny, tired attempt at a teenager. Ochako was speaking, her hands raised and clearly trying to calm the villain down. The villain that was Deku. Bakugo couldn't hear most of what she was saying. His brain seemed to have lost all ability to communicate with the outside world, trying to overlay the memory of Deku's face with the person he was looking at now. Every time he did, Bakugo could swear that he could feel something inside of him shaking down to his core. The rage came, and it hit him like a wall that he could scarcely breathe through, red and violent. For the first time since he'd been a child, Bakugo scrambled to get a leash on his quirk as it reacted, the sweat pooling in his palms and igniting. As if in slow motion, he could see his classmates reacting, jerking back in surprise as he suddenly lit up, their mouths moving but no sound leaving their lips. Then Deku looked at him, and everything that Bakugo wanted to ask, wanted to scream died behind his teeth as blank incomprehension flickered to vague recognition. The childhood nickname, one he hadn't heard since the day Deku had vanished from the park, was 1,000 tiny knives lancing themselves under Bakugo's skin. It burned. Kaken? Something crossed the illusion's face, an emotion too quick for Bakugo to read. Then, in a mockery of the smile that was still flashing in the far corner of his memory, Deku's face twisted. It wasn't a smile, more of a grimace that took up most of his face. A hard, brittle sound came. It splintered into a hysterical laugh, shaking the villain's thin shoulders. To Katsuki, it was the sound of everything he had known unraveling. Izuku, he said, and the name sounded old and rusted on his tongue. He said it to stop that noise coming from this illusion. Kirishima's hand was on his shoulder, half pulling him back from the illusion. It was as if he half expected the illusion to lash out. Ridiculous. But Katsuki's classmates were reacting to the laughter too, hedging themselves together as if to guard against this new threat. Kirishima's voice was tight in Bakugo's ear, the hand on his arm as hard as steel. Dude, you know this guy? Ochako stood between Katsuki and the illusion, the only one who hadn't retreated into the protective ring of classmates. She was looking at Bakugo, something searching in her eyes as she barred his path. Distantly, Katsuki's thoughts pieced together the evidence before him. She thinks I'm going to hurt him. Was he? He didn't know, he wasn't even sure he was himself, right now. Whether or not he would, Bakugo wouldn't find out. The laughter cut off, and Izuku Midoriya sank to his knees. Shock made him shake like a leaf, green eyes dazed and unseeing. Katsuki couldn't look at the expression on his face too closely. He was vaguely aware that his breathing had become scattered. For some reason, Katsuki couldn't rein it in. Hands he recognized as Kirishima's were moving him to sit. His friend was in front of him, cutting off his view of Izuku. A strangled noise left Katsuki's mouth unbidden. Don't let him out of your sight. His quirk reacted, small sparks popping up his arms as he strained against his friend's hold. Fortunately, Kirishima seemed to understand. He moved to Bakugo's side, talking over his head. Something about getting first aid and for someone to find Present Mike and tell him where they were. All the while, his hands were pressed to Katsuki's shoulders. It was grounding, even as he felt like he was about to float up into space. Ochako was doing the same to Izuku, a determined set to her jaw as she directed orders. Momo was creating blankets, one of which was wrapped around Izuku. The one offered to him was met with a snarl. He didn't need a fucking blanket. He needed someone to tell him this wasn't a fucking dream. Katsuki, he turned towards Ochako. She was crouched beside Izuku, an uncertain expression on her face. He couldn't blame her, until now her only interactions with him had been unpleasant and awkward at best. You said his name was Izuku? Izuku Midoriya. He automatically confirmed. Then, because he couldn't seem to control his mouth anymore, he continued. Deku was a childhood nickname. We were kids when dash. He couldn't say it, the words tasted like acid at the back of his throat. Fortunately, Ochako didn't seem to need anything more. Her hands reached out tentatively, curling the blanket more tightly around Izuku's silently shaking shoulders. He's in shock. Honestly, I think you are too. Don't argue with me. She shot a glare up at him, noticing how his mouth had opened to deny it. Bakugo's jaw snapped shut with an audible click. You can talk. I need you to support me when the teachers get here. I don't think Izuku's up for defending himself right now, and without someone backing us up, this is gonna fall on him fast. Class 1A all exchanged uneasy glances. None of them were exactly keen of the idea of their own mistakes being put on someone who was currently breathing through some sort of emotional trauma on the floor. In the distance, running footsteps could be heard. Aizawa, flanked by Kaminari and a gaunt-looking man, were running towards them. They were a sight to see. Aizawa was mostly bandages and plasters, but his legs were working fine, and so he was running on his own, consequences be damned. At any other point, Katsuki might have been a little impressed at how terrifying Eraserhead could be even when incredibly injured. Unfortunately, that meant that Izuku also saw them approaching. The numbness in his face splintered, and a wild look came into his eyes. He moved out of Ochako's grip faster than she could catch him, his teeth bared and gaze empty, fighting something that no one could see. Bakuga didn't think. His legs moved on his own. He'd lied to his therapist. His biggest problem had never been restlessness. His biggest problem had been having to sit back and do nothing. Kaken was here. The thought came to Izuku, dimly from under miles of water. It wasn't a dream, or at least, he was pretty sure it wasn't. When he had those dreams, Kaken was still 5 and yelling at the world through unrelenting pride. The Kaken in front of him was older, stronger, angrier. Though, Izuku supposed that Kaken had always been angry. There were other people too, people that Izuku didn't really know. A girl with a high ponytail and sharp gray eyes was to his left, the Ida kid he'd injured at USJ to his right. They were talking, yelling, and arguing about what to do, a girl with cord-like earlobes defending the ponytail girl's points. The chaotic nature of it was unlike any of Izuku's usual nightmares, too domestic. Ida was in crutches, further solidifying the fact that this wasn't a dream. Which only left one other option, one that made Izuku's heart beat faster and his hands shake. This was real. Then there were strangers coming towards their group, and Izuku didn't recognize either of them, but his quirk screamed that they were dangerous. Trailing behind them was the boy that Toga had bitten, white energy crackling up his arms. He pointed at Izuku, and though the words he said sounded very far away, he somehow knew they weren't flattering. Izuku tried to will himself to stand, to go down kicking and screaming if that's what it took. He was tired and afraid and not entirely sure he wasn't still hallucinating, but he had little choice. He was aware of how he must look, wild and desperate and ragged. He didn't expect Ochako to stand as a physical shield between him and the trio approaching them, her voice cutting through the white static in his head. "Sensei," Deku's in shock. "He saved us from the other villains." That was Eraserhead? No wonder he was wrapped in so many bandages. Frankly, Izuku had half thought from what Ochako had described that the man wouldn't be walking for at least a few weeks yet. As it was, he didn't exactly look like he should be moving in the first place. He startled as another figure came to stand in front of him, uncharacteristically silent despite his earlier outbursts. Kaken defending him, seeming to protect him, was a sight that made Izuku feel as if he were dreaming. He kept trying to rub at his eyes, dispel the illusion of it. Though it was hard to tell under the bandages, Izuku might have thought that Eraserhead had quirked a brow at one of his students addressing a villain by his name. He slowed when Bakuga moved, and Izuku got the feeling that Kaken wasn't usually one to play protector. The look of muted surprise on everyone's faces was too obvious. Eraserhead's voice was muffled from under the wrappings, measured. "You were all supposed to evacuate the building and hold the front gate down with the other pros. Care to explain why you're still in the school in the first place?" His tone was mild enough, but there was an undercurrent of parental wrath that made the students shoot nervous looks at each other. Izuku wondered if Eraserhead always sounded like a very put-upon babysitter of 20-something odd children. The girl with a ponytail stepped forward, nervously wringing her hands in front of her chest. "It's my fault, Sensei. As class rep, I was unable to lead my classmates to safety and instead was convinced to join them on this mission." She bowed, shame written on her face. "Please, don't take it out on the others. I'm also class rep. I too should shoulder the blame." Ida hobbled forward on his crutches, steel-faced and straight-spined. He was every inch his family's name, the way he tapped his chest and took on the guilt. "Yorozuru until the very end tried to talk us out of it, and I took Uraraka's side instead." He bowed too, so stiff and formal that it was a little comical. "For that, I too should apologize." Like a dam had been broken, Izuku watched in bewilderment as the rest of the group came forward, all so ready to take on fault. "No, it's my fault. A girl with painted cheeks and short hair began. She was interrupted by the frog girl. Ribbit. I didn't say anything either dash. I got too into it, it was totally not the mature thing to do. I'm also at fault dash, a boy with bright red hair interjected. On and on it went, until Izuku was left confused and dazed. Everyone was so unthinkingly ready to share the blame, willing to stick their neck out for Ochako and by extension him. But what was there to gain from it? Why would they risk getting into trouble for someone like him? He wasn't worth it. He was a murderer, a villain that was ultimately responsible for injuring their teachers, their friends. They barely knew him. An unnamed emotion was hovering dangerously close to the surface of Izuku's thoughts, something hot and painful to look at too closely. He felt something burn at the back of his throat, his eyes. It had been so long since he'd cried, that it took him a moment to recognize the feeling for what it was. It's a good thing you did. Izuku's voice was rough like nails, but it was enough to catch everyone's attention. He tried not to flinch under all the stares, tried to steady the shaking in his chest. Without your class, I wouldn't have been able to buy enough time to bully Toga and Dabi into leaving. He shot a grateful look towards the ponytail girl, to Ochako. I owe you all everything. So please, don't punish them for saving me. Izuku choked, the words a tangled mess behind his teeth. He ducked his head, sinking his teeth into his lower lip. Eraserhead didn't look entirely pleased with his answer. Beside him, the frail man with blonde hair looked hesitant. That was fine. Izuku could deal with anger. It was his fault, for not being quick enough, for having a panic attack before he could figure out a plan. He'd accepted the fact that this was going to go poorly for him either way. A gruff, caustic voice that was achingly familiar spoke. It was deeper than Izuku's memories, but the tone and the blatant confidence in it was a mirror of his memories. It shot through Izuku like an arrow, piercing his spine and digging somewhere deep and painful inside. None of us are even fucking hurt. It's fine. What you should be concerned with is the big fucking problem right in front of your nose. The red hair boy hissed something, probably chastising Kaken for speaking like that to a teacher. If Kaken heard him, he didn't acknowledge it. His hands were crossed over his chest, something burning in his eyes. He didn't flinch from Eraserhead's cool gaze. What do you mean, Bakugo? I mean that you've been sitting on top of a missing persons file that's 10 years overdue being solved. There was a brittle, knife-point edge to the boy's words as he spat them, and Izuku knew that tone. He felt himself tremble. He didn't know what this emotion was, but it was a lot. Kaken was angry, but not at him. Kaken was angry about what had happened. Kaken hadn't forgotten him. The gaunt man stepped forward, his strange black and blue eyes peering at Bakugo. What do you mean, my boy? I fucking mean that his real name's Izuku Midoriya, and that he's been missing since we were 5 fucking years old. Izuku's eyes closed, his name washing over him like a tide. Not Ghost, not Deku. He's not a fucking villain. Katsuki's voice was cutting, and the anger was bubbling over in his voice and the sweat pooling in his palms. Izuku felt a squeezing tightness in his chest. He curled into himself, and wished in that moment that the eyes on him would disappear. The guilt crashed into him, capsizing him like a wave. You're wrong, Kaken. I'm sorry, you're wrong. He's a fucking kidnapping victim, not a villain. Katsuki growled. He was both.